Audio on. Video is on. Open steps recording.
All right, I'd like to welcome council back to the, I guess not everybody, just welcome council back for the August 12th, 2025 regular council meeting. Hopefully the last 6 weeks has been time for you to catch up. As a result of not having a meeting for 6 weeks, we do have a fairly heavy agenda. I think when we went through it yesterday, I think we're estimating the end time to be around 4 o'clock today. Hopefully, we can maybe do it a little sooner, but it should be around 4 o'clock anyway. Welcome to our guests, the media and administration in the office here this morning. I will call the meeting to order at 9:02. And we will proceed to, is there any additions to the agenda? Councilor Naka?
I have one, township 574 and what was that, Ranger 171.
So we'll make that 7:12. Ranger 171.
It's the only item that's.
Deputy Reeve?
Nope, I am good.
Councilor Wick?
Nope, I'm good too, sir.
Councilor Weiss?
I got a few, churches.
Yeah, 7:13.
Okay, and could I get, equipment?
Yeah.
714.
Yep.
Okay. And can I get, assessors, tax assessors?
Anything else?
No.
Hey, administration, I don't have anything to add, administration.
One item to remove, Mr. Reeve, item 14.1. It is an indication of where it's at, which are going to be working on.
Nothing else? Okay. All right, I will entertain a motion to adopt the August 12th, 2025 regular council agenda as amended.
I move that Lamont County Council adopt the August 12th, 2025 regular council meeting agenda as amended.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried. Items 3.1, adoption of the June 24th, 2025 minutes. Council's had a chance to review the minutes. Any errors or omissions noted? If not, I will entertain a motion to adopt the minutes.
I move that the Lamont County Council adopt the June 24th, 2025 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried 5-0. Okay, we don't have any public hearings scheduled for today, so we'll move on to item number 5, delegations. I believe our delegation is here. Our delegation is from the East Central Zone Community And I believe they're representing ARPA. All right. And we are Anya.
I am, Anya.
Anya.
Yes, nice to meet you.
And Shirley, or so we'll start introducing ourselves. I'm Ray David Duke. I represent Division 3, central part of the county.
Roy and I have Division 4, which is the northeast corner, the Andrew area.
What division, what? The southeast.
I'm Aaron Wick, I'm Division 2 from the southwest one.
You know, when it's from on northwest, Riverheim, Lamont area.
All right, so I notice you have a presentation in the agenda, so we'll allow you probably about 15 minutes to do your presentation and then have about 5 minutes or so for a question and answer period.
Excellent. Well, it's wonderful to meet you all. I'm Anya Lanko. I don't recognize the faces, but there's definitely some last names that I recognize. I was born in Two Hills, grew up on a farm close to Vegreville where I spent my childhood and recently relocated to Fort Saskatchewan. So you're definitely nice and close to me. And I am honored and pleased to be here today to do a presentation on behalf of RPAP, the Rural Health Professions Action Plan, as well as the newly formed Lamont Rural Health Committee. And I'm joined by 2 members of that committee as well. For over 3 decades, the Rural Health Professions Action Plan, RPAP, has supported the efforts of rural Albertans to maintain an accessible health workforce close to home. We are a not-for-profit organization funded directly by the Ministry of Health and are committed to fostering and building relationships with rural communities, stakeholders, partners, learners, and each other to encourage better access to rural health care. Established in 1991 by the Government of Alberta as the Rural Physician Action Plan, originally focused on supporting practicing rural physicians, RPAP has grown to be a broader rural community health workforce attraction and retention resource, an ally with Alberta's medical schools, as well as a trusted collaborative partner for rural communities working to achieve and maintain greater access to healthcare. We work alongside provincial healthcare networks, associations, further enhancing the attraction, integration, and retention of healthcare providers in rural Alberta. Our vision: rural communities have the appropriate health workforce to effectively deliver the health services they need to thrive. And our mission: to serve as a trusted voice, building solution-focused partnerships and delivering initiatives that support rural communities in their efforts to keep healthcare close to home. I'm part of a team of rural community consultants, and we offer continued support to rural community attraction and retention A&R committees with local efforts to attract rural healthcare providers and then retain them once they are working in the community. As the community development and engagement team with RPAP, we know that healthcare in the province is definitely a team effort. We have been supporting community involvement in A&R attraction and retention work for over a decade. For definition purposes, we say rural, we are currently referring to communities or regions with populations under 15,000. At present, we are proud to support nearly 200 communities, of which over 160 participate in formal A&R committees. The A&R network across Alberta sees active participation from over 800 volunteers who contribute to supporting healthcare providers for over 500,000 rural Albertan residents. We are a team of 4 consultants and 1 senior manager across the province, with each consultant living within the region they work alongside and support. As I mentioned, I'm from the Vegreville Two Hills area. Originally, I'm currently residing in Fort Saskatchewan, and I support the East Central region with all of the communities that have formalized A&R committees listed there, including Lamont. Rural practice means that no 2 days are alike. We know that it's imperative for individual healthcare providers and teams to have access to ongoing educational opportunities so that they are providing the best care possible to their patients. We provide financial support for medical and health professionals throughout their careers. Our professional development opportunities include a variety of programs for funding training for rural providers, from physicians to team-based training to allied health providers. Our internationally educated nursing bursary, BN, is intended to provide funding to internationally educated nurses as they complete bridging training required to practice as an LPN, a licensed practical nurse, or as an RN, a registered nurse, in exchange for a period of time spent working in rural. We also provide funding that allows AMA physician locum services to offer short-term locum service for family physicians in qualifying rural areas as follows: office and emergency room coverage and weekend coverage so that your emergencies can stay open. In terms of our student supports, we maintain a number of accommodations across the province. Our rural housing coordinators arrange furnished and conveniently located accommodations in rural teaching communities. We currently have over 100 accommodations across the province in 40 rural communities. And our goal with this is to ensure that incoming learners enjoy a positive and comfortable experience in rural Alberta, encouraging them to consider practicing rurally in the future. We also have a number of rural medical school awards that we provide, and that is a one-time contribution of $5,000 to assist with the student's tuition, accommodation, living expenses, and/or professional development expenses. And this past year, actually saw a young student from the Willingdon area receiving one of these awards. Sometimes the line between attraction and retention versus recruitment can be blurry and confusing, and we support communities with the first two columns. As we work closely with medical affairs, physician resource planners, as well as talent acquisition area managers for both nursing and allied health, they see the value of what A&R committees bring to the table, supporting the recruitment process. Attraction can mean anything from a welcome basket to showcasing your community during a site visit for an incoming health professional, or hosting a grow your own event in the community. RPAP has a number of community profiles that are housed on our website, and you can share those with incoming health professionals. We also have funding resources, including our attraction and retention grants for communities and committees, and our grow your own events. Another way that communities can support attraction is offering students and/or new staff recreation passes, free event tickets, and other things that will make them feel at home in your community. And lastly, a great way that you can help incoming health providers is helping them find accommodations and childcare as needed. Retention has a role for communities as well. Retention is a continuum rather than a singular event, and actively engaged communities make a significant difference. Retention strategies vary in every case and can look as follows: gestures of appreciation as simple as a thank you card and a coffee coupon, hosting appreciation events like the recent barbecue at the hospital, supporting the integration of the entire family into the community, invitation in local events and ongoing check-ins as needed, and providing resources to support sourcing work and volunteer opportunities for any accompanying spouses. It is much easier to retain existing professionals than bring in new ones. We recognize that there is no cookie cutter approach, and the experts in each community like yourselves can decide what strategies might work best for them and their grassroots initiatives. Although we are not recruiters, community involvement in retention activities helps support the outcomes and the longer-term successes of recruitment. We see community-driven A&R committees serving as the bookends that support the recruitment process itself. And we know firsthand that actively engaged communities can and do make a significant difference in attracting healthcare providers to their communities and keeping them there. A proven strategy for attracting healthcare providers to rural communities is to introduce them to rural practice and lifestyle before they make decisions about where to work. Opportunities that provide high school and post-secondary students with first-hand exposure to what communities have to offer and the wide variety of healthcare careers is an important first step in growing your own future healthcare providers. Our in-person Let's Go Rural events for high school students provide the opportunity for a one-day hands-on experience covering a variety of healthcare careers available to them. Our virtual How Do I Get There webinars target high school students, rural, and others who are contemplating a healthcare career in rural Alberta. Guests include representatives from post-secondary institutions that offer healthcare programs, current students in these programs, and healthcare professionals working in those fields. For our past Let's Go Rural post-secondary weekend events, we connect with post-secondary institutions in Alberta to provide future health providers the opportunity to visit rural communities and experience what being a rural healthcare provider is all about. These excursions offer healthcare students from a university, college, or technical school who have expressed an interest in rural practice the opportunity to learn and experience work and life in a rural community, with a focus on community engagement and highlighting local amenities and lifestyle. Your community can show the benefits of how their medical career can flourish in a rural setting. We are strong on collaboration and learning opportunities. RPAP hosts monthly virtual sessions with other organizations and networks and stakeholders focused on rural health and well-being. These are free 1-hour sessions and registration is available on our website. Every 2 years, we host a Rural Community Health Provider Attraction and Retention A&R conference. These provincial conferences are an opportunity for rural community A&R committees, along with community members, partners, and stakeholders to come together and share experiences, learn about new initiatives, and network. Our next conference is taking place October 2026, with a regional summit in this area planned for spring 2026. Being connected to RPAP provides communities with information, stories, and perspectives on attraction and retention efforts from across the province. We have a strong marketing and communications team who tells the stories of rural health, highlighting innovative community initiatives, outstanding practitioners, and attraction and retention successes. RPAP has regular communication pieces in place, including an e-newsletter that highlights the latest good news and innovations from the realm of rural healthcare, plus a curated selection of rural health news and stories from Alberta and beyond. Our social media outlets keep Albertans aware and informed of what's happening across the province, and we can be found on 7 different social media channels. And now, why am I here today? I'm here to help connect the pieces, moving forward, what's working and what's missing. The recent formation of the Lamont Rural Health Committee is strengthening efforts to build a sustainable workforce. By engaging key stakeholders and community ambassadors, the region is enhancing its ability to attract and retain healthcare providers, keeping healthcare close to home. Attraction and retention, A&R work, are shared responsibilities. Collaboration and open communication across partners amplify impact. Lamont regularly welcomes medical learners with local curated gift baskets and community information, which is a proven recruitment strategy. The committee recently supported the healthcare appreciation barbecue at the hospital and also supported the attendance of a town councillor and a Lamont Healthcare Center board member at our 2024 conference in Wainwright. Additionally, we have also created a community profile to support any new healthcare professionals moving to this region. Expanding to a regional committee would promote consistency, share the workload, increase transparency, and help better address broader issues such as housing and childcare. RPAP continues to support this collective work by providing funding through our A&R grants and our Let's Go Rural events, strengthening ties with post-secondary institutions and Alberta Health Services and other stakeholders, and helping bridge broader regional and provincial connections for strategic A&R efforts. To summarize, I did a presentation to Lamont Council just over a year ago after we discovered that there wasn't a committee, formalized committee working here, and there are a large number of medical students that are coming to this region. And with the pending expansion of the hospital, Lamont is truly a hub in rural healthcare. The majority of our committees do operate regionally with representation from both town council and county council. And with the wheels well greased and the committee well underway, I'm here today on behalf of the committee to respectfully request that Lamont County Council consider having representatives sit on the Lamont Rural Health Committee.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
I have one for you. With your collaboration with everybody in it, does it include like EMTs? Or is it just healthcare providers at facility?
So when we expanded in about 11, 12 years ago, our mandate was to include all healthcare providers. And as we know, it requires an entire team to support that. So absolutely, it covers the EMT, emergency services, private practitioners that are supporting your community, like massage therapists, chiropractors, dentistry, all of that.
You said it was started 11 years ago?
RPAP was originally started in 1991 with the focus originally on physicians only, and that was the Alberta Rural Physicians Action Plan. And then about 11, 12 years ago, they expanded to rural health professions, and encompassing all healthcare providers. Because as we know, in rural especially, if you don't have all the team players there, that leads to closures and other challenges.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I do sit on the Lamont Healthcare Center board. And, one of the main issues there is the, I guess, attraction or retention of registered nurses, and what's really impacted the healthcare services, not only in Lamont, but throughout Alberta, is the fact that there's a thing out there now called contract nurses. So are you having much success attracting registered nurses to rural areas, or does that all depend on the location? Closer to Edmonton, easier, further away, harder?
I don't know if that would be a blanket statement for the entire province. As you know, even in this county, rural looks different, and the needs are different. I would say that having a strong basis of attraction and retention strategies, initiatives in place definitely helps that. I can use Vegreville as an example. The site manager sits on the committee and regularly attends, and they've been able to transition nearly fully away from contract agency nurses because they've looked at addressing issues like housing, like childcare, that perhaps in the past was hindering nurses in being able to accept positions because they didn't have somewhere for their children to stay or couldn't find somewhere for their family to live.
So would RPAP be involved in attracting somebody to set up a medical clinic?
So that is an issue that is touched on often. That is something that we're not involved in. Setting up a medical clinic is either a private business or there are municipalities that have taken that on, and that's something that we are at arm's length from. Because again, the physicians would be in that agreement with the council or with the other physician body running a private business. But we are here to support attracting physicians to the community, and then definitely here to support retaining and integrating them into your community so that both they and their family feel comfortable and desire to stay long term.
Why is that? Is it hard to retain the doctors in some of the areas?
Well, again, I think as we look at the province, rural looks very different from the far north to the deep south, and different boards and communities have different things that they offer. And a huge part of it that studies have shown and our own research has proven is it's the integration into the community, so that if they have an accompanying spouse, have they been able to find meaningful employment? Are there childcare and school opportunities for their family? And really, at the end of the day, I look at myself and why I stayed rural for so long. It's those connections and sense of community and belonging that you were able to foster and build that leads to the biggest connection to a community, and then you stay long term.
You know, if we have, I'll use an example here in Lamont. You have to read up sometimes up to 6 weeks. And the next doctor comes in and he's here for, I don't know, a few months and he's gone. There's not enough business.
Well, I think often sometimes you have to look at it's the availability to appointments that you have varies greatly across the region, across the province, and even within the East Central region. And absolutely, is there shortage? You bet. Often when you have physicians that are coming in on a short-term basis like that, they're here for an assessment to then be approved to work in a neighboring community or another community across the province. So they're here being mentored, and that's one huge check mark that Lamont has is because you are regularly welcoming medical learners, you have preceptors here, those physicians that you do have are seeing the need to mentor and train and educate that next generation, which is all the more reason to have effective attraction and retention and integration strategies, initiatives, and plans in place.
Yeah, I think historically, I've been on council just about 8 years, and we've never been involved in the attraction or retention or welcoming, for that matter, of new medical people that come to the community, and I think that's a major piece that's missing, and I think that's where you kind of fill a gap there, where if somebody new comes, the new doctor comes in, they're not really given that warm welcome to the community up to this point, right? So So I think that's definitely a gap that our PAP can fill. You indicated that you would want a representative from Lamont County on the committee. Exactly what would be the role of that representative on the committee, I guess?
I can answer that, or you guys can add if you have anything to add to that. So I will like to add that with the Lamont Rural Health Committee in place, there was a recent site visit of a new prospective healthcare provider in the community, and because the committee was in place, they were able to quickly rally, and Councillor Seeker and a few others were able to arrange a great site visit that went very well. And it did give them that opportunity to chat firsthand with the incoming professional about what they're looking for in a community and what would help them consider coming to Lamont to work, which is fantastic. In terms of council representation, it does look different across the committees in terms of involvement, but fairly consistently, there is typically one or more town councillors and one or more county councillors, often main and an alternate, that is delegated to sit on that committee. They attend the meetings typically, which are monthly, typically with July and August off, and often December depending. And then if there's any initiatives that are happening, sometimes subcommittees are formed. A good example of that would be Councillor Seeker taking on the Welcome Basket initiative. And so whenever somebody's new coming in, that those baskets are assembled and ready to go. Obviously with the expansion that's coming in, there's going to be many hands on deck and lots of work to do. Accommodations have been an issue that's been brought up over and over again. And speaking of the board, we've been very blessed to have Linda Mills sitting at the table. She's one of the representatives that the county or the committee supported going to the conference in fall. And I know that she had mentioned how much they appreciated having that connection to the community so that they are working together. Because like here and across the province, the healthcare field is the largest employer in the region. And once you lose those services, then all other business and school assets are affected and impacted.
Mr. Reeve, if I may, Ms. Rendero sits on this committee on behalf of FCSS, so clearly she doesn't speak on behalf of council, but she can represent the Lamont County.
I do have Chair Skinner here, and if he was able to add something, I think he'd like that.
If I may, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Bill Skinner. I'm filling the current member at large position on the Rural Health Committee and acting as the current chair of that committee. We recognize when we look at community that our healthcare services provide, that it extends well beyond the borders of the town of Lamont. And we consider the Lamont County area to be a key area that we provide services. One of the efforts that we are taking when we have new doctors, nurses, any kind of medical practitioners in the town of Lamont is introducing them to all the things that the area provides that not only to them, but to their family, including taking them on tours of different areas, etc. We recognize that we don't have representation on our committee right now from the county. And we feel that it would be a real benefit to us to have somebody from the county representing the county on that committee to bring your view to that and to help us make sure that we're looking at all the things that this area has to offer to make it as attractive as possible to any healthcare providers that we have here, so that we can attract them here, and then once they are here, to retain them here, make sure we're aware of it, of the sports activities, but all the different clubs that they could join, all the different services that are provided not only in the town, but in the county and the whole region. We view community as a more regional view that includes much more than the town of Lamont. And right now, the representation we have is basically from the town of Lamont. And we feel there may be key areas that we're missing that a representative from your county could bring to the table to help us in our efforts to bring them here, make them recognize that this could be a place where they could really fit in and they could relocate here, be happy here.
Yeah, I think you really hit it there, this retention, Bill. It's, why is it so hard to retain? You know, you get it and we get the doctors there to get it, but this don't seem to.
One of the things that we have found is that, when you look at retention. If they come to the community to begin with, recognizing all that's available to them. Rather than just have them come here without that welcome, without that introduction to all the things. Whether it be places to go, things to belong to, services. If they're not aware of everything that's available before they come here. I know before I moved here, I looked to see what do the schools have to offer, what does the hospital have to offer, what does the community have? But there was no formal group that could tell you, and we want to make sure that at least for healthcare professionals that they're introduced to all that when they first come here. We meet with them in person, give them a welcome basket, talk to them about different things that are available. Give them tours of different things within the area, including different things like the recent one was a tour of a bee farm in the county. We want to make sure that they're aware of all the different things that we have to offer here that make them realize, hey, this is a place I could move to, my family and I could be happy living here, rather than have them just recognize what's within the healthcare facility itself.
Because I think we're in our area is very, it's good. We're close to the city, close to Fort Saskatchewan. I guess maybe the welcoming is.
Yeah, I think,
An issue.
those things can be presented as a positive. We are close to the city. If they do have a need to go to the city, if they need something in a little bigger community, Fort Saskatchewan's only minutes away. So, it's not deterred, we're not isolated and remote. We need to make sure that they recognize that. And they need to recognize all the things that are actually available here that aren't necessarily readily visible.
All right, yes, we're close to the
I
end.
have a question. Where do you guys get your funding from now to operate and stuff? Where do you,
From the Ministry of Health.
Ministry of Health?
Correct. I will add, Lamont is unique. Your hospital here is the only one like it in the country, in that you're overseen by the United States and have a board of directors that is directly involved in all aspects of operations. So it's been a steep learning curve for me, since there's nothing else like it, but also very interesting because you have that level of proximity that many other communities don't have, whether they're operating in Covenant Health or current AHS or PCN type facility. And so having that closer connection to what's happening in the hospital, in the community, really does set you up to have an advantage because you know firsthand the information as it's happening.
Are you? I'm going to put them, what, I guess, are you associated with Covenant Health?
So Covenant Health is an operator,
Right.
like AHS is
Yes.
transitioning to. So in my region, there are Covenant Health facilities.
Yeah.
For example, in Vegreville and Killam, Castor, all of those.
Mandare has a Covenant Health also.
Yes. Yeah, so when, for example, the Vegreville committee, we have the site manager that sits at the table and we regularly welcome in Covenant Health talent acquisition to attend those meetings. Similarly in Killam and Castor as well.
Okay, you certainly are right. Lamont Healthcare Center is unique. It's an asset that Lamont County is very fortunate to have within their boundaries because it's, in my opinion, it's well run and well managed. And a respected community. Being unique causes issues because we aren't tied in with Alberta Health Services, although they do provide us the funding. We're gonna do two things here. Number one, we'll probably accept your presentation as information, and then I would probably entertain a second motion directing administration to build a business case for Lamont County's participation in RPAP. and see where that goes.
Wonderful. Well, I appreciate having the time to chat with you today. I really appreciate being first up on the docket in what sounds like will be very long days. I got you while you're fresh and rested, and if you have any questions that come up as well, I am going to leave actually some brochures that include my contact information. And then likewise, you're always able to hop across the parking lot and speak with Dave. He is the administrative assistant that from the town that supports the committee. And as mentioned, there are a few counselors that sit at the table as well. So I will leave these over here if that's okay. And hope to hear from you soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's Steve. Thank you.
Would you want to grab the resolution? First, to administration.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And in the interim, I'll entertain a motion to accept the presentation as information.
I'll make a motion that the Lamont County Council accept the presentation from East Central Zone Community Consultant Anya Lanco regarding the rural health professions action plan as information.
Thank you, Councilor Wick. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. And now for the second motion. You want to put that on the table?
So this is.
Once we get there, yes.
I can, maybe one of the other councils can.
Okay, the Lamont County Council, direct administration, prepare a business case to support the rural health professional action plan.
Is that to support or to appoint to participate in?
Well, I think the member might be one part of it, similar. John. What think costs, it'll be. I think that the main cost would be a rent of, or other expenses associated.
They got a conference every year, the fall, she said. So there'll be a conference rooms, there'll be, the meetings are with Tasquin or Wainwright and all over. So there'll be quite a bit of knowledge.
And appoint a member to the board at the next organizational meeting.
That's more definitive than the
It's
business.
more definitive, yeah, just leave it at the business case. We'll go with the original motion. You're okay leaving it with the original motion?
Yep.
Okay. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. Is the representative from Stars here yet?
No. I'm gonna check upstairs.
Stars.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's me. It's fine. Would you like to start right away?
Oh, perfect.
That's-
Awesome, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey,
Good, how are you?
Good. I trust you are standing.
That's right, yes.
Have you been here before?
I came with Glenda last year, but it was just for shouting purposes, I think, at the time.
So now you're on your own.
I am on my own,
Great
yes.
event.
Okay.
And I-
Almost as perky as Glenn.
Oh, thank you. Hey, that's a compliment. Yeah, I'll take that.
So obviously, that's before our name tag and believer. No. Okay, we don't have name
It's our
tags.
name tags.
We don't have name tags, so I'll just reintroduce myself. David Duke, I'm Reed for the county representing Division 3.
Brian Acton, Counselor Division 4, northeast corner, the Andrew area.
Dan Warwood, Division 1 Counselor in their area.
I'm Aaron Wick, I'm Division 2 counselor, so I'm the southwest corner of the county.
You know what, it's Division 5, Lamont, Green area in the northwest part of the county.
Perfect.
Hey, so I know that you got a presentation as part of the agenda,
I do, yes.
and we'll give you about 15 minutes to do your presentation, and
Great,
then after that, we'll open it up for question and answer period.
perfect. I also come bearing gifts. I have a plaque I'd like to present to council at the end for such a long-standing relationship. It's our new H-145 helicopter, so
Wow.
yeah, pretty lovely. Okay, so first of all, thank you for having me here today to provide your updates. I'm going to start by highlighting that STARS is celebrating 40 years this year. So that's 40 years of serving Albertans and providing critical care anywhere. Next slide, please. STARS gains its funding through various channels. So last year, we were fortunate to sign the 10-year affiliation agreement with the government of Alberta for $10 million block funding per year, which is incredible. After Alberta government's contributions, we still have to raise 56% of our operating costs, which is 34.2 million in Alberta. So the fundraising efforts that includes items such as third-party events, individual donors, corporate donors, our municipal initiative, of course, and our lottery. Our lottery is one of the most reputable in Canada, and it nets around $11 million per year, which is almost the cost of one of our bases. So if any of you are lottery ticket purchasers, thank you. If you want to click ahead a few, it'll just highlight the map. Yeah. So on this next slide, it's a snapshot of our municipal support across the province of Alberta and northeastern BC. So I'm so excited to share that over 95% have joined our municipal initiative and are supporters of STARS. And just a reminder that this united effort really ensures a robust health and safety network for all Albertans. Regional leader partnerships are growing across the province and they're represented by the dark blue boxes. All of these counties and municipal districts supported STARS at a minimum of $2 per capita, all the way up to $90 per capita. The light blue boxes represent 9 provincial leaders. These ones include STARS as a fixed rate standing motion in their emergency services budget, and they've contributed over $500,000 to date. And finally, if you click ahead one more time, there's the 16 complete regional partnerships are represented by the red horse. So in all of these municipalities, all the cities, towns, and villages are also supporting STARS as well. So on this next slide, it's a 15-year mission overview for Lamont County. So your county averages approximately 8 million per year, which is an incredible number of residents that STARS provides critical care for. Interfacility transfers are also included as they originate within your boundaries, and the level of care required is higher than what can be provided at the local hospital. So STARS is called. And I'll touch more on this later, but another way that STARS helps local hospitals is through virtual care as well. We have a program where our transport physicians can work with the staff at the rural hospitals to provide guidance. And so a good example of virtual care would be if an individual is taken to your local hospital and STARS was called. All the information would be given in live time so that we could transfer that to the receiving hospital. So when they arrive, the OR is prepped and all specialists are ready. So as you can imagine, that saves precious minutes. Next slide, please. This is my favorite slide to share. It's our postal code project. So obviously everyone sees the big red helicopter coming and you know when it's been here in your county. However, this really shows that we are there for your residents wherever they travel across Western Canada. So you can see a total of 80 residents were flown since 2010. 36 of them were picked up within Lamont County, but another 44 were flown from 17 other locations across 2 provinces. So this really illustrates the critical care anywhere piece and reminds everyone that accidents and illness don't happen close to home. So next slide, please. As I mentioned, we are borderless. So across Western Canada, on any given day, we average around 11 missions across our 6 bases. We have 3 bases in Alberta, 2 in Saskatchewan, and 1 in Manitoba. This is a snapshot of one day when we had 18 missions that we were dispatched to. And just a reminder, our emergency link center receives 36,000 emergency calls per year. So out of that, it's determined which ones STARS will respond to. So this was the day where we had 18 missions we were dispatched to. You can see they're pretty evenly spread out. In the second column there, you can see which base. Under the description column, I really think it speaks volumes to the level of training that our crew goes through. They see everything from a near drowning to stroke to vehicle accident, and the way they pivot and are just bringing such a level of excellence to these situations is incredible. And then in the description column, you can see that in some instances we travel with the ground ambulance. So our crew, our flight nurse and flight paramedics are a high level of critical care training. So sometimes they will go by ground ambulance if that is what is necessary. We've worked with NICU teams. And there's also instances there where we were told to stand down. And just to give a little bit of information on that, if that happens, sometimes first responders were able to stabilize the patient and they determined we were no longer required. Or as we live in Canada, weather conditions sometimes dictate whether or not, unfortunately, that we can go. So that's just a snapshot of what our crew would see in an average day. So next slide, please. At STARS, we are pioneers in our industry, and it's always great to highlight new innovations and what we're up to. We were the first ones in North America to carry blood on board. We started with 2 units of blood, and then due to the number of extreme trauma cases we had, we increased that to 4 units. And now we carry fibrinogen, which they can administer, and it will promote blood clotting. So they will, if there was a severe trauma case with a lot of blood loss, they can give them the 2 units and then administer the fibrinogen and give them the other 2, and that gives them more time to get them to the hospital. Next slide, please. And this is where I'll touch more on our virtual care that I mentioned previously. So at any given time, we have a transport physician on call with STARS. And so they work through a program called Good Sam, which is an encrypted network, and it works with the rural staff. So they can access it through their phone or iPad, and it gives them a virtual feed in live time so that they can provide guidance on a patient. Not only that, it brings everyone together on the same call. So we have the transport physician, we have specialists, we have the staff that are attending to the patient. So everyone together is ensuring that they're getting the best possible care. And this is just a reminder that even if you don't see us here, we are still helping out your local hospital. And also, sorry, before I go to the next one, rural physicians can call our transport physicians using this at any time if they want any guidance or have any questions. So on this slide, so when we say we provide critical care anywhere, this is a great example. This was our longest mission to date. It was flown in 2022. It was a gentleman from Alberta, and he was up in northeastern BC hunting. when he exhibited signs of a heart attack. 911 was called and he looked in stars, and it was determined that it was necessary for us to fly. As you see, over 2,400 liters of fuel, 1,700 kilometers, 8 hours of flight in total, with 5 hours working with the patient equals 1 life saved. And so Doug is doing great now. He came in to visit his responding crew at the Grand Prairie base. And it was very heartfelt reunion, and yeah, he's doing really good. So this, when we say we provide critical care anywhere, this is a great snapshot of what that entails. So to recap, I'd like to highlight that STARS has flown over 63,000 missions since our start in 1985. That's 63,000 patients, their families, and their communities that we've had a positive impact on. We enhance healthcare in the community through virtual and physical response. County of Lamont averages 8 missions per year. And again, this is all at no cost to the patient. So I would like to acknowledge that Lamont County has been an amazing partner of STARS for 33 years now. We're so grateful for your ongoing support. Without partners like you, we couldn't be there for the next patient that needs us. And I understand that our funding increase request from last year was approved. That was my understanding, which on behalf of STARS, thank you so much. It means the world, and we are so grateful. I'd like to ask, I know that with our pledge last year, I just wanted to clarify, we had requested that council consider a standing motion fixed rate. I don't know if that was approved or not.
Yes, we know how to do the base budget.
So it's not standing motion, so I don't need to submit another proposal for next year. Okay, that's amazing, thank you. And after the question period, like I mentioned, I'd love if we could take a photo opportunity and present you with the plaque.
Okay. Any questions? Yeah, let Shannon off that easy.
Right?
You indicated the government contributes $15 million towards STARS. Has that been fixed over a number of years, or does it increase each year, or how is that number calculated?
That's a great question. So originally, our agreement with the government previously was a 10-year agreement at 20% of our operational funding. And then I believe it was in 2021, we moved to a year-to-year basis with them. And now we just recently signed the 15 million block funding, which works out to 44% of our operational. So they were previously at 20 and now they're at 44%. So, and they'll be at 15 million steady throughout the 10-year agreement.
So even with inflation and stuff, they're stuck at
Yeah.
$50 million.
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated also your flying missions, I noticed, to Saskatchewan, Swift Current, out of province. Do those governments contribute money towards STARS?
Yes. As of a few weeks ago, I believe it was, we are in contracts with all 3 governments, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. So, yeah. I'm not sure of the funding at their levels. I could get that information and get back to you guys, but yeah, I know we are all in contracts.
Okay, and your longest mission went into BC, so obviously it's not based on whether a local government supports doing this.
Sorry.
That longest mission that
Mhm.
you indicated that went from Grand Prairie to Watson Lake, I guess.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's up in the Northwest Territories.
It's really far north.
So does that government support STARS, or you just go where the need is when needed?
Right. Okay. So the the funding that we receive from the provincial government stay in the province that that they come from. Same as the municipal funding, it will stay in Alberta. We do have, I'm not sure of, provincial governments, but I know we work with a lot of municipalities in northeastern BC up in that area as well that are supporters, so.
Oh, that's where they fly there.
I'd imagine there's a bunch of oil companies too that support you and then you
Yes.
give them, service. We were doing a job up there and they put a Stars landing pad at camp.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. We work with a lot of oil and gas companies are perfect examples of farmers. We have vigilant services so they can sign up to be part of our vigilant program. And so we gain all of the information about their area, any hazards, things like that, so that if we are called out, we don't need to waste time gathering that information. We have their exact location. So we have a lot of them up in the north as well. Yeah.
The last question I have is the medical personnel that work for Stars, are they full-time employees or volunteers or?
So when we started in 1985, they were all volunteers at that point. I don't believe, I don't want to say misinformation, but I don't believe we have any full-time. There are a lot of part-time medical crew. They wear multiple hats, they'll do administrative roles for Stars as well. A lot of them still work at hospitals that they previously held roles in as well. Yeah.
Perfect. Any other questions?
Well, you never know when you need it. It's gonna be now 15 years ago that when my son was in a car accident. North of Andrew. And SARS came out. Yeah, it was something we never made.
I'm so sorry to hear that. Thank you for sharing.
And we do have a helipad at the local hospital here, so.
Which is great. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we're gonna give Jenna a couple of opportunities to take pictures. We'll accept
Oh,
your
yes.
presentation and then I believe we have a presentation for you.
Oh, okay.
So. Also wants to get in front of the.
Yeah.
Did you go right? Or? Oh, right now. That's perfect. Wish it together.
Yeah, thanks.
All right.
Hi.
I'm not sure which one to look at.
Thank you.
Gonna look at Shannon.
Looking rod.
Thank you.
Okay, Christiane, you wanna bring a check?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Oh, that's so great.
And this, or you wanna hold that?
Love it.
Okay. I'm not sure, we'll have a smaller version, which you.
Okay.
You, don't have to take this one. home.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right.
Sure, so great. It's not good.
There you go.
That's easy.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we should have had Dave and Bill's.
Yes, that would have been great.
Is this-
Yeah, first.
All right.
Thank
All right. Yeah.
Have a great rest. of the day.
Thank you, John, very much.
Okay. Recess for 5 minutes, come back and handle this. The case council wants us to not, Megan did some baking.
Oh.
before you can do that. All right, let's reconvene the August 12th, 2025 regular council meeting at 10:09. Before we continue, I need a motion to accept the STAR's presentation as information.
I move that the Lamont County Council accept the 2025 update presentation from STARS Shannon Paquette as information.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried 5-0. Okay. Couple of good delegations this morning, so let's move on to item number 6, bylaws, 6.1. Rescindment of Lamont County bylaw 843.23, code of conduct. Peter?
Mr. Reeve, may recall in some briefings that Ms. Benoit provided the June time period, bill 50 as approved by the provincial government. I think it was 50, maybe it was 20. Indicated that the codes of conduct that are enacted by individual councils are removed. Kind of as a housekeeping matter, we're asking council to formally rescind the code of conduct bylaw. And there really isn't much more than that.
Council got any concerns or comments? So my question is, do we know what the process is now?
No.
That was pretty-
Make a new process, we don't have that.
So how can we rescind it? We don't know what we gotta rescind to.
Oh, we know that it is rescinded, that's MGA section 145, current as of May 15. That council may not make a bylaw or a resolution under this act that addresses the behavior or conduct of councillors or of members of council committees who are not councillors. The section 145.10 says a bylaw or any portion of a bylaw or a resolution or any portion of a resolution passed by a municipality prior to the coming into force of this subsection that provides for a code of conduct for councillors or members of council committees who are not councillors or addresses the behavior or conduct of those councillors or members, and that was in effect immediately before the coming into force of the subsection is repealed on the coming into force of this subsection, sorry. And that was on May 15, 2025. So there is officially no code of conduct in any municipalities anymore. It's just as CEO Janosky said, it is a housekeeping item. That's we do it ourselves. We present this.
So in essence, the government said that we do no longer have the ability to have a code of conduct. They're gonna take it over, but they haven't said how it's gonna operate.
Correct, right?
Okay. All right,
Is the council code of conduct or what is it?
That is the correct, yes, that's possible.
yes, the new section MGA, section 145 is on page 43. Pretty straightforward.
But you have to rescind it.
This is our way of taking it off our books.
You have to do 3 readings.
Yes,
The bylaw to rescind the bylaw. The only way you can change a bylaw is by bylaw.
the same way it was. It came.
Yeah, we're gonna. Very, Councilor Naka.
Okay, I move that the Lamont County Council give first reading to bylaw 893.35 to rescind code of conduct bylaw 843.22.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. Deputy Reed, you want to do the second reading?
The idea that the Lamont County Council gives second reading to bylaw 893.35 to rescind Code of Conduct bylaw 843.22.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. Counselor Wick, you want to give consent for unanimous
Yeah,
consent?
I make a motion that the Lamont County Council give unanimous consent to third and final reading of bylaw 893.35 to rescind code 843.22.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none,
Is this a council code of conduct or is it for employees? We still have a code of conduct for employees, right?
This is
So-
what the council of conduct.
no questions or, well, because Councilor White has just had a question. Any other ones? If not, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. Councilor White, do you want to give third and final reading?
Lamont County Council give third and final reading to bylaw 893.35 to rescind code of conduct bylaw 843.22.
Any questions or concerns? See none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, we don't have these meetings, but there was spelling mistake or a mistake that rescinding bylaw is 893.25, not 35. This is the grammatical error. So
Okay. Councilor Wick, you're okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to item 6.2, new access to information bylaw.
The prior meeting is that law provided a briefing with regards to the introduction of a freedom of or the replacement of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act with the Access to Information Act. And asked Ms. Benoit to take you through the specifics.
we can council, we had previously talked about the changes to the privacy acts and the FOIA act was rescinded. We have a FOIA bylaw that we would like to replace now the correct name and name it new access to information. Access to information. To be current with the legislation. As we have previously stated in a briefing note, the FOIA Act was split up into two different acts. The Access to Information Act is dealing with access to information requests. If somebody from the public or other public bodies would like to gain access to records that have holds. And then the Protection of Privacy Act is dealing with private information, privacy concerns, anything like that. We will specifically deal with that act and develop some policies in the near future. For now, the Access to Information Act allows us to make a new bylaw that we specifically state that the ATI coordinator will deal with the access to information requests, that the fees are according to the government given regulation 133.5. That a regulation states all the fees that apply to access to information requests. We have that already mentioned on our website for the public and just want to make a bylaw on it so we can actually confirm these rates.
One last statement of importance on page 49, you will see under the title of repeal, right at the bottom, Article 8. By approving this bylaw, council is repealing the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy bylaw 701.09. and rescind policy 4168.23, the FOIP policy.
So now if somebody wants information, what do they have to do different than they did before?
There is not so many differences for anybody that wants to apply to, or to, make an access request. There's a form, the form looks a little bit different, but in essence, it asks the same questions that, the coordinator needs to know to work on a record request. And, the 30 days, of, process, time that the public body has was changed by the government from 30 days to 30 business days, so the time is extended now, and there's different options of processing, but for the requester there, it hasn't changed so much. The fees haven't changed, so basically still $25. Unless it's a large request, but I have a lot of documents, then the regulation comes also into force to specify what's being charged.
It is so much cheaper, something, isn't it?
It's for the time that was actually. Time was needed to search.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Regarding the bylaw?
This is pretty well worth the word, the NBA, though.
It's not word for word the NCA, this is specific to Lamont County, but the sections of the Access to Information Act are included. Yes. As opposed to the FOIP Act, which is specific.
Yeah, this is separate, this is a separate act from the municipal government act.
Yes, this is
There's
not.
two. Yeah, there's two different ones, right? There's ATIA and then the privacy act.
Yeah, it's just. Hold on. So this only deals with the access.
And for those of us that attended was it Rosemarth or Brownlee?
That was wrong.
The second one, just
Brownlee, they did a presentation on this. Any other questions?
This is what the presentation was on last week. Yeah, I never could.
That was
get on.
very complicated
Oh,
and
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Either did
But
that.
that's.
This should never have been intended for elected officials, that's for.
It's for a week.
The government was unclear about who it was.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, are we prepared to start with first reading?
I move that Lamont County Council give first reading to access to information bylaw 894.25 as presented.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried 5-0. Are we prepared to proceed to second reading?
Yeah, that Lamont Council gives second reading to access to information bylaw 894.25 as presented.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried 5-0. Is council prepared to give consent to hear third reading?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that the Lamont County Council give unanimous consent to third and final reading to access to information bylaw 894.25.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
It's carried 5-0.
Lamont County Council give the third and final reading to access to information bylaw 894.25.
Waiters, any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. Hope you have fun with this thing. I'm not, well. There was an obvious reason for the government bringing you act in. Okay, let's move on to item 6.3, schedule of fees bylaw 895.25.
Mr. Reed, the primary purpose of this amendment is to remove the reference to access to the FOIP request and to remove the sorry, are we adding, yeah, we're adding the access to information request and removing the FOIP request.
On page 56.
Yes, so, Mr. Reed, members of council, just kind of walking through, there's actually two things that are happening in this bylaw. The first one, as Mr. Tranowski mentioned, is, the FOIP Act, as it was rescinded, had set certain fees. The new act, access to information, in the bylaw that was just passed by council, the fees for access to information are now contained in that particular bylaw, so that there's not two bylaws that are confusing against each other. So first one is just it's as Councilor Rick had mentioned, page 66, you'll see that the fourth regulations has been removed. There is just so that people understand that there is a fee. We have access to information per the ATIA, and it'll be C Council County Bylaw 894 for the fees. There is one second item that was added. So there is a new fee to the fees and charges that is introduced, and it's to cover the costs of the St. Michael non-potable truck bill. This summer, administration has been looking at some of the accounts that have had non-payment and turned a couple of them off. One of those accounts was paid in full and turned back on. The problem with this particular system is that it is not a digital system, it's a manual key system. And we need to have a technician come from Edmonton to do that actual work. So there is a cost to that, and the cost is $525. And so administration is just presenting this for council's review and discussion, and if their agreement, it's on page 67. That you'll see on the red, a St. Michael truck bill reactivation fee for those that are non-paid, have not paid. So
I think it's important to note that there will be numerous attempts to contact people to have them bring their account into a good standing before they will be shut off. And it's only in the instance where they're reestablishing
yes,
that this fee is charged.
that is correct.
We don't expect this fee to be used very often at all.
Yes, we had one instance this year where we could have done it, and that was the one that was paid in full. A lot of those council put in a monthly charge here about a year and a half ago. That has made it a monthly minimum charge. That's made it a lot more relevant for people. In the past, we had people who had keys that were just holding on to it, never using it. These are now the people who are using that water, and it's working quite well. The producers are happy. We had a waiting list before where people were wanting, but didn't have enough keys to access it. So this is working well, just in cases like this. And this was a matter of the person hadn't paid for 3 years and wanted water right away, and that's yeah. So this is to encourage those people to keep their accounts.
Some of the accounts from there we have like that are not paying.
We're all now paid up, so
Everybody is.
everybody is.
How big of an amount is this one?
But he paid up. I don't remember the amount off the top. Of my head. It was over that as well. So. But this is a new fee going forward. This isn't something that we can do. Going backwards, so. There was no fee for accounts being turned on, so. And it's a normal. When you have accounts with different organizations, it's fairly normal in the industry to be able to say, if you want your account back to good standing, you have to pay a subscription fee. So, yeah.
So we're charging 382 a few.
Yeah, we haven't changed any of those there, so. Yeah, that is the 382. That's correct.
What's the flow rate on that well? We don't know.
Let's go to 10,000, I think it's got a 10,000 liter containment underneath.
Yeah, it's not very large, so. I'd have to ask Mr. Laniak that question. He's more familiar with that, so.
All right. Further questions for Rodney? So the ATF fees are pretty straightforward. They're contained in the new bylaw we just passed. What does council think of the $525?
Well, your gas gets turned off, you gotta pay a bill. Same thing power.
This is the actual cost.
Yeah, this is the cost of having the service.
Well, because you bring them in from the city.
Yes, we have to bring them in from the city. It's not. The truck fills, the regular truck fills, it's an electronic system that we can do. It's, takes mere moments for it to reactivate. When we have to shut water off on the non-potable system, we have to bring somebody out to physically disconnect the meter, so. And when they're not, in that case, if they're not paying, they still have their key. And they can still be drawing water, and it's costing us money to do that. So this is essentially just a recovery of the fees, and it's only gonna be charged to those who are not paying their bill.
Hey, any other questions? No. If not. Someone prepared to give first reading to make this live document?
I move that Lamont County Council give first reading to bylaw 895.25, being a bylaw to set the fees for services, information, applications, or appeals provided to the public.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. Council prepared to go to second reading.
Yeah, I give that Lamont County Council give second reading to bylaw 895.25, being a bylaw to set the fees for services, information, application, or appeals provided to the public.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. Consent for third reading.
Yeah, I make a motion that the Water County Council give unanimous consent to third and final reading of bylaw 895.25, being a bylaw to set the fees for services, information, applications, or appeals provided to the public.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried 5-0.
Lamont County Council give third and final reading to bylaw 89525, being a bylaw to set the fees for service, information, applications, or appeals provided to the public.
Questions or concerns? See none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. Thank you, council. That finishes the bylaw for today. We'll now move on to item number 7, business. And 7.1, safety improvements to Highway 16 at 8:55.
Mr. Reed, this is an item that was added by Deputy Reed Warlock in accordance with Article 124. That together and help formulate a resolution based on the Deputy Reed's concerns, which I know are shared by other members of the council regarding the intersection at Highway 16 and Highway 855. Go ahead, Deputy Reed.
Well, over the past 20-some years that have been in council, there've been several accidents at the intersection. We've been with provincial government trying to get an overpass there. We finally got, 5 years ago, flashing lights on our on the stop signs. With letters to the traffic Department of Transportation. And in the last, I think, 4 weeks or 5 weeks, there were 2 deaths, 2 other accidents that weren't fatal. And I think that we should have them expedite the overpass that they've been talking about. Apparently there is one you're gonna be doing for next year. It's gonna be the the study on it, and I think for 27 they're supposed to be starting the overpass. So we did the signage. Just you could do reduction of speed going east and west, which on the main highway, they're talking about it as a freeway. I guess it would be good, but that could cause more collisions. So my recommendation is that we do proceed with going ahead with Department of Transportation and asking for them to speed up the overpass for Highway 16 and Highway 855 junction.
Thank you, Deputy Reed. Are there traffic lights installed at major intersections on major highway?
With Highway 16 all the way down, they got a Kid Scotty speed zone, and other than that, it's 110 all the way to Sugar Park for Lloyd Minister.
Mr. Reed, the Department of Transportation does it in exceptional circumstances. They did it on Highway 825. Between Gibbons and Redwater, they put it on Highway 2 by Warrenville satellites. And it has been used in circumstances where there are fatalities and where the time required to justify building an overpass is lengthy. So similarly, we put one on Highway number 1 on the entrance to Medicine Hat, again, where there were significant accidents and deaths.
Highway 21 is like.
Highway 21 has lights at the Beaumont corner.
Well, or even that new development, north of Siki.
Right.
Brandon. They've got them all the way along 21 Bremner, all the way through Short Park. So see.
I'm just wondering
we should add installation of traffic lights to one of the options here.
Or, yeah, until something is built or reduce the speed. And so then everybody comes over that hill, you know, it's 130. And you're trying to cross and then they see you, but it's kind of late if you're not paying attention. And it's no different on 834. Sometimes if you're behind two super Bs, you can be there 20 minutes before you're gonna cross.
The same thing on 15 and 202, we've been sitting to turn the Pioneer 15 minutes when the traffic's on at 15. 15 minutes waiting at the stop sign.
The other part is, Deputy Reed, you sit on the Yellowhead Highway Association.
Right.
So I'm just wondering if we're gonna copy people, if we do proceed with the motion to, write a letter to the minister, I'm wondering if we shouldn't copy the Yellowhead Highway Association.
I think so too. Because we will put it into ours. Yeah,
Then the
Yeah.
Yellowhead Association, Highway Association can kind of.
yeah, have a little bit back.
And my understanding, I haven't, that there is a petition started. I'm not sure how many signatures they have up to this point. Are you aware? Eric?
Yeah, it's online too. The parents of the last young lady that was killed there have it on their Facebook.
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure if all of council received it, but I received a letter from a resident from Silsaman there that she wrote to the minister addressing the intersection, so it's a hot topic. I know there's issues at other intersections, but this,
No, this one is.
just, I don't know, I'm not sure what goes on at this one.
Well, I think it's.
Small.
Mr. August identified that some 4,400 people or something.
Where do you?
So far.
4,462.
But this highway. Is a lot of. Truck traffic. And it's big truck traffic. And they're trying to be, they did very nicely when they, last year, the year before. When they put the turning lane in, and or the acceleration lane on the north, on the south side of the highway. But I think just for that, you can stand in that stop sign for 15, 20 minutes. Across the highway. And it's just not good.
So this is the deputy reading's resolution. I presume you're supportive of adding reference to adding signalization by yellow green to the resolution, to your motion.
Yes.
Okay. And we've also added the Yellowhead Highway Association of your agreeable.
Yes.
Any other questions regarding the intersection? Deputy Reed, you want to read the motion into the buckets?
We'll look at very large on the screen for you.
Is that the same one that we have in the?
Well, we've added those two things about the signalization and about the reference to.
Is that the Lamont County Council direct administration to prepare a letter for the deputy read signature to the Alberta Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridor demonstration regarding the nature of the intersection of Highway 16, Highway 855 requesting that the province expedite their 5-year plan for intersection improvement, including the detailed design of and land acquisition, installation of signage for caution, dangerous intersection ahead or fatality. Introduce the speed limit for the east-west traffic on Highway 16 at this intersection to 80 kilometers. Installation of a signal of red and yellow, green until the intersection is approved. Increase enforcement by the RCMP traffic section and provincial sheriffs. And that the letter of a copy of to the Premier Danielle Smith, Minister of Public Safety Mike Ellis, MLA Jackie Pomanyuk, and Yellowhead Highway Association of the Vegawo. Oh, yeah. And the Vegawo RCMP detachment.
Yeah, I think that's
We've covered the world here.
excellent resolution. Any further questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. Thank you, Deputy Reed, for spearheading this.
Well, thank you very much for supporting.
Okay, we'll move on to item 7.2, dust control policy 5107.23.
Similarly, Mr. Reed, this item was added to the agenda by Councillor Anaka in accordance with Article 124. He had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Dietz and formulate a resolution which appears in your agenda. Unlike 7.1, this one has a brief note in the report that provides additional information. Yes, we could go to the Deputy Reed, or to the councillor, or we could go to Mr. Dietz. What's your pleasure, Councillor Naka?
Okay, I just have a comment on like looking at the dust control policy. I would look at the map and I'd see the little red line, and I'm assuming, so long red line, I'm assuming they're doing 2 calcium. Dust controls, in fact, they're doing 1. Your house could be right on the corner. I'm saying like 163, Eugene Pleasant. Their yard is right on the corner, but because their driveway's off a range road, they don't get a dust control. And that's what's on 3 of these, I'd say, on 580 there. And you would think when they were laying this out that whoever was putting the tag out would question that or something. So those are 3 things that need to be corrected there. And another one is on 582. It's an acreage and people come out there on weekends, but there's no dust control. So if we're hauling gravel out of there for 4 years, just put some calcium in there. That's the one on 582. And then there's the oiled one on 580, where 2 neighbors have oil. This person gets calcium. So they get dust in spring before we do it, or if it's very dry. Just want to make that one oil as well. So I don't know if you guys are aware of that, but because the driveway was not on 580, you don't get a dust control.
Well, this is exceptional too, because the yard sites are very close to 580. And they do get all the dust.
They're on 580. Not just your driveway is.
No, but I said yes, but they're very close to 580. Okay?
Yeah.
They're just on the edge of it, and they do get all the dust.
So that's the addition of those other ones.
You know, we have 540, 540s like that, and so is 550. Are also, especially 550s, there's a couple of yard sites that are dust control on 550, and the driveways are off the range roads.
Yeah, but some of those got nobody was there. They got oil dust control on their driveways on 550.
Well, I know, I
So
see.
there's no consistency. I don't know if you wanna add anything or.
No, Councillor Naka, you're completely right. I think council discussed it last year about whether to revamp the policy, and identify just a section of road from A to B and any residents within proximity to that road, up to a certain amount. There was no direction to administration to bring that back forward for council consideration. For, the address of 170080 Township Road 580. That is under policy now, listed as calcium. It's my understanding that previously they were supposed to, was supposed to be oiled, but the road base was not firm, so the city will make the calcium in, and it's just been, was never moved over to the oil section. For the three others listed here, they are well within up to 100 meters away from the from Township Road 580. We have houses that are in closer proximity to the road than the ones that are actually getting dust.
So you said 170080 Township Road 580, the base isn't stable enough for
The
oil?
base wasn't stable at the time.
It is now though?
It is now as far.
When that road was built for a few years, there was no oil. It was calcium. For the road to firm up a bit, but then, you know, some of them changed over to oil. This one was left.
Council, got any questions?
No, I got a quick question. It just pertains to the dust control policy. So I have a road in my division, that's just south of town here. So it's not 194, but 193, it's the alternate road. We've made 550 policy road, but we also have well site maintenance that's going on a lease site that's right there on the corner. And they use, instead of using the road from Lamco, because it's that don't have the issue, coming on 193 now, and those people there, we're gonna get a letter from the people down that road. They want to know about getting dust control because everything's coming to that little well site that's there now.
So if it is traffic from a well site, we look into it. They should have a road use agreement.
Mhm.
I don't know exactly which site you're mentioning.
Yeah.
But if it is impact from well field, they should be providing dust abatement like they do on numerous roads.
Yeah.
Alternatively, council wants to include it within the dust control policy, that is your authority.
Well, they're gonna send a letter, they're gonna collaborate together and get a letter, just send to you.
Just to read, all of our options, make one of the key policies will be reviewed. What Councilor Naka has identified here is that there are a number of people on 580 and other ones who, in every respect, are on 580, just their driveway is on the range road, they can't station held with adequately. So this may be a kind of a tactical thing that you do now to address it. And it may be that the broader dust control policy can be reviewed by the next council, perhaps January. Mr. Dietz has some thoughts that if it's an occupied residence that's along a haul route, it would receive dust abatement. The way our policy is written now, you'll see on page 87, we have individual yard sites listed. It's really not very practical. So if council is supportive of council this resolution, let's address these old issues. And then let's consider more broadly how the policy can be better written.
Maybe one final question I haven't already. Have we reviewed the price for an oil dust abatement? Like, do we know what the original price was based on?
So our price last year was based on $1,250 per ton. Price this month is $984 a ton, so the price has come down slightly. But I'm looking at the work involved and the product involved would probably bring us down slightly below what we currently operate at, which is $9,000 per 400 feet. Might be a savings of a few $100 per location.
And something we should consider when we review that policy in January is the length of that dust control. You know, if you've got an acreage or the house and the garage, it's one thing. If you've got a farmyard with shops and bins or something, maybe you have to take a look at the length of that. And you know, don't really want to measure these dust controls, but the 400 feet has different lengths in different places. Just consider that, you know. One question I have, so we're on gravel, we come out loaded out of 164, even if we're going to 580. When we're coming back from the west on 580, are we taking 165 or are we always going to 164?
We have been using 164 primarily. We in June, council did add a range of 165 to the policy as well. So we do have that ability. Those residents have been provided dust control this year. Our graveling program is done, save for range of 164 north off of Highway 45 because we redoing the shoulder pole on that one right away. So we held off on wasting the gravel there. And so all we're doing right now is just they finished the gravel stockpiling yesterday, or the gravel haul yesterday, and they're just stockpiling.
One more quick question here, Darby. So we have a policy road. We do the 122 meters of dust abatement, right? Our charge for an additional 30 meters is $175. So we had an instance where a ratepayer wanted to extend his dust control. So it cost him $175 for 30 meters.
Yeah, the 175 is based on that 122. So that was.
So we provide 133, or sorry, 122.
Yeah.
Then if it wants to extend it, it technically would cost him an extra $175.
Yes.
That's for oil or that's for?
That's for calcium.
Calcium.
It's $700 for calcium for 400 feet, 122 meters. It's $800 for MG30 or 9,000 for oil.
And an extra 30 meters of oil would cost you $22.50. Page 70 of the.
Yeah. Don't know, I just said I didn't quite understand what you were.
So I have a question, so you know, But I was getting the dust complaints at 164, and then you hear, well, the gravel's hall's gonna be over in 2 weeks. But they're on the patients over in 2 weeks. And now we're going to be hauling for, with county trucks and stuff, and we're also doing shoulder pull for up to 572 from. So what those dust controls that are we ripping up those dust controls, we do the shoulder pulls there?
Yes, they will be ripped up, the entirety of the road surface. And likely what we'll end up having is, we'll be using MG30 from the Highway 45 going north approximately 1100 meters. Working that into the base, same as we did, Rachel 170, so the 515 and Township Road 562 by the landfill. The soft base there by Top Field, trying to stabilize the base there. The road is narrow or in sections, so there's a big shoulder pull. And then in the oil locations, we would look at re-oil next year, just provide them. That's the more MG30 of the MG30 is sufficient.
So what about the existing one dust controls further north that we ripped up? We're gonna redo that in oil this year.
I don't believe they'll be done this year, they'll likely be done next year.
So those are going to be MG30.
They would be MG30 or calcium, depending on how much product we have left, because when we do MG30, we have to pay like whole lump. And then anything else, we bring in calcium to our yard and just apply it with our own truck. MG30, when it shows up, you have to use that day because it does separate in 24 hours.
But 164 and 540 in the corner there. We ripped up the dust control this last spring, because the road is not very stable right there. Yeah. What are we gonna do there?
That one is slated for this year. We've been our running program's been delayed about 2 weeks with the rains we've got. Hoping we can start next week. We're having one crew work on the shoulder pole and then putting another crew out to start weathering. We did have a few hot days while we were pulling shoulders, but then we got the rain, so it's pushed our whole program.
So what are they gonna do in that corner?
So that one, we're hoping to use a base stabilizer and oil. Likely what we'll end up doing on that one, and there's one for 50 that we have to do. And a couple others is we do have batch mix or mixed coal mix in the yard, and we'll just haul that out to expedite construction. It's the same process we used in front of the landfill last year.
And it holds out well,
It's holding up very nice.
because there's one farmer that comes out of there with not this one, but another farmer that comes out with the trucks and they rip it right up when they try to ford it.
Yeah, intersections and oil don't work very well together. So that's where you can see a lot of the damage first.
Yeah.
Just west of town, when you come east on 553 by the shop, we had to rip up the right off behind there because all the traffic coming over turn four. So you see a lot of damage when you've got turning.
Yeah. Okay, good. I'll let them know that it's gonna be done.
So I think some stakes were put up in 164 north. Is that for, what is that for? Is that part of the shoulder pull, or is that the?
So there should be 3 sets of stakes out there. One would be marking utilities for the first call. We're hydrovacuuming to know. There should be some stakes out there so that we can get alignment of the road, make sure we're following the center of the polygons. And then there's also we've been staking for our second round of calcium. So we are restating those conditions as well.
Are we doing 9 meter? All right, any other questions? Not, Counselor, not me, you want to put motion on the table?
Yeah, I move Lamont County Council direct administration to add following addresses to dust control policy 5107.23 to receive calcium chloride treatment. 575074 Range Road 163. 575073 Range Road 161. 580005 Range Road 155. And 164033 Township Road 582. And add 170080 Township Road 580 to the locations receiving oil treatment.
Okay, any questions or concerns regarding the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried. Okay, let's recess for 5 minutes.
Sorry.
All right, let's reconvene the August 12th, 2025 regular council meeting at 11:11. We'll now move on to item 7.3, bridge file 74082.
Mr. Reed, we're on page 89. And in essence, Mr. Reed is bringing forward the results of the tender for one of two bridge files that we will be looking at today. I leave it to them to provide clarity on the location as well as the results of the tender.
So administration issued a bridge tender for bridge file 74082. This is located in the range of 183, approximately 1 kilometer south of Highway 15. When the tender was closed, we received 11 submissions. They ranged from $342,133 to $502,782.64. This includes site occupancy. The lowest submission from proponent A was found in full compliance. The tendered amount, including 15 days of site occupancy, is $342,133. Site occupancy was included at $1,000 per working day. And as included in the submission, they're anticipating to start the project on September 15th. It'll be completed by September 3rd. This project is funded by two sources. We have a strategic transportation infrastructure program grant for $351,000. And we also have a Canada Community Building Grant for $350,000. So this project will be fully funded by grants.
Any questions or concerns?
Where's that bridge?
Where's the bridge going?
So it's a bridge culvert. It's on range of 183, approximately 1 kilometer south of Highway 15.
So Highway 15?
South of Highway 15.
That's the Beaver Creek.
So it's currently a set of 1,800 diameter culverts, and the new structure would be a 2,400 millimeter diameter single culvert.
That's Beaver Creek. Beaver Creek.
Any questions or concerns?
What was how was the next bid? How much more was the next bid?
So for this one here. The second lowest bid was $347,828. So yeah, the range went from 342,000 to 565, with the first 5 being under 400,000. So the bid is right in line with the next 3 or 4 proposals.
Any other questions? Mr. Wood, your division.
I make the motion that Lamont County Council award bridge file 74082 tender to proponent A for a total price less site occupancy of $327,132 and a contingency for $32,703.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried 5-0. And item 7.4. Bridge file 74805.
So for 74082, that contractor is West Van Seal Co.
Switch.
West Van Seal Co. They are the contractor that installed the bridge culverts on Township Road 534. Yeah, the one. Yeah, they're a sister company to Western Asphalt.
Okay.
So similar to the bridge file 7402, 74805, is a bridge culvert on Radio 172 north of Township Road 542. We issued this tender, received 10 submissions. They range from $240,162.30 to $358,545, including said occupancy. Upon review of submissions, it was found that the full submission received from proponent A was not compliant. The issues found with their submission were incorrect total, total tender amount calculation was incorrect. As a result of that incorrect total, they required bid bond was insufficient for the calculated amount. Proponent A also submitted a temporary amount of credit, but no certification was certificate of recognition that expired on April 30th of this year. They had several required documents that were missing in their submission. Next low submission from proponent B was found to be in full compliance. Their tender amount, including 25 days of said occupancy, is $284,440. Said occupancy again was included at $1,000 per working day. And included in their submission, proponent B is anticipating to start on September 15th and be completed by October 30th. This bridge is funded by a grant of $275,000 from the Canada Community Building Fund and up to $104,000 from the county's bridge reserve. The total project cost, including engineering, is expected to be within the two projects.
Yeah, that's for Darby. What's the location of this one?
This one is located on Range Road 172, North Township Road 542. It's currently a 1800 millimeter diameter arch culvert, and a new structure would be a 1600 diameter culvert.
And what's the diameter now?
Currently it's 1800 by 1100. It's an arch culvert, so it's wider than this tall. The new one would just be 1600 diameter round culvert.
542 is
That's just what?
One seventy.
You're gonna bring all water, like the
172
ranges.
Yeah, 172 just over to 542.
Wait, you're ready, you can have more water.
That's not even close to be.
72, it's the other side.
On the west side of this place, I think, by Tuloski said. No. 172.
Check your map.
This would be 3 miles west of
Oh,
No,
no,
there,
Run there, so
yeah, that's bad.
What's your review? Recall, these are all bridge files that council approved. The last school bit of November before. Yes, these are funding files. Programs, so we're just asking to approve of that year.
Yeah. The two.
Yeah.
So it was an arch culvert and now we're going to
Yes, everybody.
We're moving the arch culvert.
Yeah,
Keep it on the full,
Yeah. Yeah. Just the other side of the church.
yeah, so the church,
South or north of the church.
north of the church.
Yeah. There's a church just right in the corner. Yeah, okay.
Okay, now that we've got the location figured out, any other questions? If not, Petey Reeve, your division.
Yeah, I move that Lamont County Council award bridge file 74805 tender to proponent B for a total price less site occupancy of $259,440. $440, yeah. At and a contingency fee of $25,944.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0.
Darby, I'd like to contingency, fee of 25. How does that work? What's,
So we set aside 10% of the contract amount, which is standard for bridge and bridge culvert contracts, same with, road construction. If there are issues that arise that, were unknown from from the design, it sets aside money, so that we're not gonna come back to council and delay construction for minor issues. If there's a major concern, where we have to completely revamp, then we will bring back the council consideration. That's how we're operating years.
The proponent B is.
Proponent B is Prairie Electric Intervention.
We will reflect that in the minutes.
Can you repeat them?
Prairie Erectors International. And as I'm sure council is aware, when we bid these out, we include site occupancy as at $1,000 per day. So if, and the contractor, puts in their submission how many working days they expect it to take. If they get it done in, so if they get 15 days, they do it in 14 days, they get an extra $1,000. If they do it in 16 days, we retain an extra $1,000. So it's insurance for them to not delay construction, but it's also, a performance measure so that if they can get it done faster, there's a bonus.
In order, the anticipated start dates, any idea?
Both are anticipated starts, September 15th. The bridge on 172, they're anticipating to be complete by October 30th. And the other one that they are anticipating to be completed on September 30th. So the first one you awarded, they're planning to work right through. The second one, they're planning to take them.
Not that much, hours until that starts. Yeah.
All right.
You.
7.5 on down here, the services for classics. $893. We're making through with this report regarding disposal assets.
Thanks, sir. As per previous council discussion to replace unit number 5210, a 2002 Freightliner engine. We're happy to report that the truck is in red here. We did the pre-delivery inspection on Friday. And that truck will be in service by the end of the month. So I have a request for disposal of the asset of the unit number 5210, the 2002 Freightliner, which is being replaced by the truck coming in.
what year is the one we're replacing?
2002.
So Mr. Reed, policy 7,001 indicates CAO shall provide household listening service construction equipment prior to it being disposed. That's what we're here. Yeah. Council, any questions?
I will make a motion that Lamont County Council authorize the sale of LCES Unit 5210. Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Yeah. Yep. Carried by 0. Item 1.7, sustainable revenue policy.
We've got 7.63.
Sorry. I'm wondering that here. Lamont County Council sponsorship.
So we received a request from the Agricultural Society. Under our sponsorship program. Council approved the policy January 28th, 2025. There's Daryl who will take us through the specifics.
Thank you. Council, I come for you with a sponsorship request. As we know, the Andrew Garlic Festival will be upon us quite soon, and as such, the Andrew Egg Society has come before us to ask for a donation sponsorship to help with the activities and the overall festival. This is a request that they make on a fairly regular basis annually. It's a well-attended and highly regarded event for the company. In the past, council has offered up sponsorships of 250, 500, and last year we provided a $1,500 sponsorship. So with that in mind, and kind of based on the budget, the recommendation is for $1,000, but that can be debated, increase, decrease based on your direction.
Okay, thank you. Lara, open it up for discussion.
Council okay with 1,000? Can you ask it for two? I think their letter specifically asked for two.
Yes.
Yes.
I would be in favor of keeping it the same as last year.
15.
What was it last year? 15.
You could probably support that also.
How did the recommendation come down to $1,000?
Just, it was an average over the past few years. Some
Oh,
years you only
okay.
gave 250, 500, so it was just an
That's
estimate.
all I'm asking, yeah.
Yeah. Last year was the highest donation.
They had, wasn't it some kind of an anniversary last year or something?
I don't remember, I think last year was,
Something
More
special,
special.
no?
it is quite a popular event and it is growing in popularity.
I think other years we used to have July 1st, we would do something or work in lieu, mowing and something else, so.
Oh, yeah, where the mud buckets were.
Yeah, now that's not happening, so.
Actually, according to their letter, it's their 25th anniversary this year. Page 98. So I think you want to put your motion on the table, do the board.
Motion of 15. Yeah, make a motion, the Lamont County Council provide the Andrew Agricultural Society with the $1,500 sponsorship.
Council, have any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. Thank you, Sarah.
Thanks.
Sarah, have a short. Okay, let's go on to item.
Mr. Reeve, this matter was before.
You're just going to be Mr.
Mr. Reeve.
Promotion. Same thing you're not running provincially.
I don't know, I'm talking like a
You're
priest.
gonna have to change that right there.
I think maybe it was a bit of a stutter, but. Mr. Reeve, the last council saw this was in June. And prior to that, April, this has to do with setting a kind of a direction template of how council intends to allocate its revenues going forward. And one that sends a signal to the community, neighboring municipalities and industry. Mr. White will get some hard points.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Krowski. So, yeah, in addition to Mr. Krowski's introduction, just kind of going back to some of the background. So council identified that in the strategic plan, the need to increase non-residential assessment has placed economic development as the top priority in the strategic plan. And so we're most likely gonna see the efforts of that are gonna be recognized in, a new investment in the designated industrial zone. There's, with the tax incentive bylaw that we have, as well as the provincial tax incentive bylaw, a considerable amount of work is being put forward to bring development there. If and when that does come, the forecast for the industrial development will likely be in the $500 million range for investment in the community. And as we've talked with the assessors, normally about 50% of that becomes accessible. So, as council discussed, the policy on April 1st and June 24th in committee of the whole, a number of recommendations and changes came out of that. And so essentially, the next steps from all of that work that council's been doing is to make that public declaration or commitment to continue reducing the non-residential tax rates, and then further in the future, reducing residential rates. This policy is that declaration. The council will commit to reducing the rates in a sustainable manner. And so, again, the policy is on page 103. This has not changed since the last time that it was looked at committee of the whole. The Schedule A on page 105 gives the priority areas and the descriptions of those areas, and then Schedule B on page 106 gives the percentages and the amounts that are going to be dedicated towards those reserves or those areas. And essentially, it starts with doing that first area of stabilizing and positioning for growth. And we're looking at focus growth, and then finally reinvesting in the county.
Okay, this was discussed at the meeting of the whole back in June. Any questions or concerns regarding the policy? Nope. Okay, now entertain a motion to approve policy 4270.
That the Lamont County Council approved policy 4270, sustainability revenue growth policy.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried 5-0. 7.8. Right off, it said the accounts receivable. Mr. Reeve, Mr. Michael will take you through a report which does not specifically identify who these delinquent accounts are that he's proposing to write off. If council believes it's necessary, can go into closed session to identify them, but it's time to address these amounts on the financial statements.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Kosky. So essentially, this is the final resort that we've been able to come to with these two particular accounts. As council is aware, administration actively seeks payment on all outstanding accounts receivable. And list on page 107 is essentially the three, or sort of the four ways that we're able to do that. So, first off is the fairly straightforward one, sending out monthly statements, making sure that those people know that they owe the amount of money. Turning off truck bill accounts when there is no payment. This basically stops the bleeding, make sure that we're not giving out any more product. When possible, we transfer the Hamlet water bills or fire invoices to the tax roll. That is one of the fairly big hammers that we have in collections, because that tax roll process is legislated, the tax recovery process. One of the things that's been very helpful is identifying outstanding accounts receivables when tax certificates are issued. Normally what happens when somebody's selling a property, they request a tax certificate. We've also noted on the bottom of those tax certificates, if there's some outstanding amounts, and most of the time they get cleared up that way. Unfortunately, well, and I guess the last one that we didn't list on here is that if all of these have gone through and we're not able to collect, we send those to a collection agency. We've been using that credit fairly successfully. Most of the time, people, well, once they get laws and paid, of course, we give that credit their money for doing that work for us. But what we have here is we have two that credit has basically said that they're unable to do anything for us at this point. It's essentially expired. So they've had this for a while, but they're now beyond what they can do. So the first one is for truck fill water charges. This is one that goes back to 2018. They've tried with no avail to recover that one. That is the smaller amount, the $818. The second one is a fire training center rental. This is back a few years ago. It is in 2023, I believe, is the rental. The county's been trying to get money out of them. Unfortunately, they declared bankruptcy. We were never noted or provide information of that bankruptcy, so we could not do a proof of claim. And they are no longer in existence. So that is the amount of $21,475. So unfortunately, both of those accounts are no longer able to do any efforts to collect. So having them on our statement of receivables just artificially inflates that amount. So we're recommending to write off those accounts. Annually, we do put money aside, expensing the bad debts into an allowance for uncollectibles. That amount currently sits at $280,000. So that will be, these amounts will be written off against that allowance. And you'll see that on the end of the year financial statements.
So that fire training center, did they use the facility and didn't pay, or they just signed the contract and never showed up?
They use the facility.
Do they know does Bo know the people that were owners of that company, so they don't come under a new name and do it again?
They're very well known in the fire industry, and nobody is nobody's using them. Everybody's is pushing them off to somebody else because everybody knows that they were.
So we'll either deny them or force them to prepay.
Yes, that's correct.
Out of that 21,000, there must be a lot of service charge in that too.
Yeah, there's some considered service charges.
Any other questions or concerns? Prepared to put a motion to write off the two accounts.
Make a motion that the Lamont County Council direct administration to write off following accounts, receivable accounts effective August 12th, 2025, in the total amount of $22,293.76. Account A, $21,475.21. Account B, $818.55.
Any questions or concerns? See none, all in favor? Carried 5-0. Rodney, you may as well stay there. Oil and gas tax write-off.
Yes.
So Mr. Reeve, this is directly related to a failed oil and gas company and the properties that they had to. Go ahead, Clive.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Trinity. So I'd turn your attention to page 112 in the agenda package. This is the details of this particular one. So administration's been working with the county's tax lawyer, in this case, Brett Brownlee, regards to bankrupt oil and gas companies. This particular one, Sequoia Resources, we've been working for a number of years with them. However, recently there was a judgment made by the trustee that all remaining accounts will be transferred to the Alberta Energy Regulator, and they'll become orphan wells. So we've now directed Brownlee to take no further action in regards to this account. And the lawyers have advised us that the remaining balances should be written off.
So the question mark should be crossed out.
Yes. So. I don't know, it's just learn how to go. There is, again, the allowance for doubtful accounts, is 1.1 million, so this 38,000 will be written off against that. Administration is still working with the other tax accounts that are ongoing. There's a couple of other large funds that have not been directed to the Orphan Well Association at this point. So, and yeah, because this one was in through the course, the name is publicly released.
It was 101 wells that come on Orphan.
Yes.
So who wants to read all those?
Yeah, no.
Come on, Eric.
We've consulted with municipal affairs. They've provided us an approach where somebody does not need to read all those tax reports.
I think we got a different motion on the board there.
Yep.
Simplify it a bit, Eric.
Yeah, motion that the Lamont County Council Direct Administration to write off the tax balances for the following gas and oil properties effective August 12th, 2025 in the amount of $38,737 as per tax list.
Questions or concerns? The Orphan Well Association is already reclaiming Sequoia wells.
That's correct.
I know there's one on my farm there. Any others?
When they came and they put up the signs, there was a contractor that came out a week and a half ago. His question was, how did we get to that sign? So he said it would be winter or something where they would come and do it, so. So, yeah, two of them, they've been out to visit.
Okay. All in favor of the motion? Carried 5-0. 7.1, follow-up action list.
Got the follow-up action. Today's date, you will see that there are very few that are remote, that means that they are in progress with actually continuing. Some of them actually will come off the list based on the city of today. To answer any questions, please use the index number in the left column.
I forget the conversation on my favorite one, but it hasn't been on the list for the last.
Here it is, number 15.
Oh, it's moved up.
So the resolution 111, resolution 483, that we combined now, okay, in resolution 330. I am making a field visit there on Friday afternoon, just
Any other questions?
Related to Councilor Anaka's question, Ms. Irving will be bringing forward an update on all matters dealing with enforcement at the next council.
What's happening with the pump at the Heartland Station?
So we haven't been able to, have our the engineer that usually design the building. To provide us with the relevant drawings, since they have contracted. So at this point, we are looking for an alternative engineer to provide us drawings. As we discussed with council previously, their original budget was over our budget. And they're not seeing eye to eye with what we require of them.
And somebody just voted to see how they installed theirs, do the same here, and then away we go.
Shipments was installed when it was built. Our issues, we have to core through the floor. So it will, the intention is that it will be the same style, same similar pump and piping. The province have installed.
The problem, that thing used to, the orange used to put out in when they first built it. And then now, I don't know who did what in there, but now it doesn't put out at all.
Have we ever measured the flow rate there?
We did, back in the spring, we tested the shipment station. And we tested the Heartland station. Heartland was designed around, I want to say 17 liters a second. He was putting out between 15 and 16 liters on the day. And when we tested shipment, it was well over 20 liters a second. Over 20 liters a second.
Several. Maybe, you know, minute, 180. Liters.
It works out to around cube a minute if we just see.
The 2 inch puts out just about as quick when somebody comes to the 2 inch. And we compare when he starts. And the 4 inch, the leaves are, cubes are about the same by the time they're done the 2 inch.
So what are they gonna do with it?
So what our intention is to install a dedicated submersible pump. And have that tied just to the truck fill. So that the 3 pumps that are in there will be for the distribution system, standalone pump. For the truck fill itself.
The original estimate, as I recall, was very high in cost because the provider contemplated us sending a frogman down into the reservoir, and our hope is to do this without having to send somebody down into the reservoir. And of course, we're dealing with water, so we don't take any risks.
Right.
You like that frogman? We will continue to bring updates on that in this very good.
That's about a cube a minute. How many cubes in a tank are you?
16 on a tandem. It takes longer than 16 minutes on the tandem. I got videos, it's barely trickling out of the pipe. And we get water all hours of the day and night there, and so when it gets dark, we go and fill the trucks, so doesn't matter when, it's always the same time, and it's slow.
If it is a cube meter per minute, that's not bad. Keep putting that, you have your.
It's heavy done.
It's taken hours. It was faster before, Dave, so I don't know what they did in there. They used to fill a tandem faster than when all of a sudden. When they got County of Strathcona in there, whatever happened, it doesn't it takes twice as long to fill now.
Yeah, they think Andrew gets 3-inch hoses.
Well, somebody comes to the 2-inch. And when they start, every time, how long it takes them to get their tubes, and ours is about the same speed on the 4-inch, so.
Still a work in progress. Okay, any other questions on the follow-up action list? No, okay.
I move that the Lamont County Council accept the follow-up action item report for August 12th, 2025 as information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Neil, you're good there. Yep, okay. Okay, did I make a numbering error? Yeah, that should be 711. Yep. Okay, Councilor Naka. Township 574 on Range Road 170.
Okay, this is that undeveloped road lots that we discussed last year, we discussed during budget, and I thought the way it was left, somebody was gonna come up with a proposal where we were gonna discuss it, what we were doing. I did tour that a couple weeks ago when it was dry. I also did want to be history. I think we should put that on the bus there. You know, I mean, I've talked to the individual that was concerned. As the concern, he mentioned that in wintertime, it wasn't even snow plowed to that first mile. They plow up to the first, to that acreage there, turn around, go. He also talked to the grader operator, said that material work. So the concern is, what do we do with that, you know? Like, here something has gone by, we never really come up to agreement, we put a little bit of gravel, some heavier gravel in the low spots, or what do we do with that?
Yeah, we did haul in some H&F material last year. We'll be about adding gravel to it this year. But we can add it to our bit of transit bus tour on Thursday.
I think that's a great approach. You want your motion to add it to the bus tour, or what, or definitive action?
Ms. Benoit has proposed something. Have the opportunity to discuss it and then to bring it forward to the next council meeting for the budget time.
So you say you did haul some pit run in there?
We did haul in H&F material there last year from the vertical pit. We're doing some reclamation there. And we're from which bit, but we did have an H&F material hauled in there. But we've not added any gravel to it this year.
Is on the graveling program, or is that part of the extra 10 miles?
It wasn't on the graveling program this year, but there is another item further in the today discussion graveling program.
Okay. Read Christian's motion.
Stop deciding.
Okay.
Okay, I move to the Lamont County Council Direct Administration to add the
Township.
inspection of Township Road 574 and Range Road 171 to the annual council road tour. And I guess. Yeah, we'll leave it at that and then we can decide if we add anything to the next council meeting.
Might be a pleasure because they're talking about heavy rain this afternoon.
It was heavy rains up there this morning.
What was there?
Hey, that's ideal.
Perfect.
It'll give us a good indication what the road's like.
Your bus four-wheel drive here.
We're jumping in the back of this Corolla.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion? Not, all in favor? Carried, 0. The
712 churches out of the latest.
This is the third time this is coming up. Both churches in the county of Lamont were advertising, the church, do your church tours and stuff. And a lot of the parishes feel that with the advertising, it's getting, criminals to come to the area and steal stuff on, well, 2.5 weeks ago, I was traveling between Elk Point and Glendon, listening to the Vegreville radio station, and it's bragging, the county of Lamont has an ad on there and it's bragging about the churches. Right after that, the 7th church has gotten broken into, limestone. They stole the bells, ripped the tower down and stole bells here in the last 2 weeks. That's the 7th one. Ours was Scarrow on Range Road 200 was broken into. They broke into the hall. They got to the garage where all the lawnmowers and stuff are. And the alarms started ringing in the church and stuff, and it scared them away. It was at 6:30 in the morning. Here's a letter for 12 of the parishes from the Orthodox parishes. They want their don't want no advertising anymore. Yeah.
So these individuals oversee all of these parishes.
Yeah. That's their group. We got the UC7. They have, theirs is, Orthodox. There's 12 parishes. And ours, we're having the next meeting, we're gonna be, bringing it up because we're having trouble with the Delph Church, the Scarrow, on Range Road 200, the bigger church. And, it's gonna be coming up. A letter, similar letter.
Is there a resolution you'd like to take?
Yeah, I'll make a motion so that. It's not the same as it was a few years ago, so. Guys are. Literally on the radio getting ideas in their head. Along with driving by. The limestone, they just stole the bell here in the last 2 weeks, so. The one right along Highway 45. Them 6 panels, one, they stole all the candle. Candle holders, candles, all the pictures, the frames, everything. They cleaned that church right out.
So, from my understanding, there's no pictures of the insides of these churches. So they could, it shows locations, but they could drive by and see the location.
By the locations and the outside, it's just, they feel that they're getting ideas in their head. When I was going between Glendon and stuff. And you know what's in between there, the Indian Reserve, and you can hear plain as day, they're advertising all these churches, and a lot of them have in their mind that with that, where they were the schools or whatever. With all their children, they're supposed to be buried there, which they haven't found, so. They're scared they're gonna start burning them down next, so they need to stop advertising, it'll keep. Out of sight, out of mind.
So. Right now. They're assuming that the advertising of the churches could be a contributing factor here.
Yeah.
There's no proof of.
Well, are you gonna prove it? You catch them red-handed and you can't prove it where they heard it, but. That's their feeling was. I brought it up in May and then, early May. And then, June and now again, so now we got the letter.
How many people come to the, on these tours? Is there any way of?
Jay, how many people are?
So,
Yeah, no,
there are few tours that actually go into the churches, because the churches aren't open. But there are people who will go to, the page on our website that deals with the church tour.
So could Jay track the IP addresses?
I don't probably know how they would do that.
We got a pretty good ad on the Beckerville radio station. And they're bragging about the one for the church tours.
Jay's looking it up right now.
Well, are there tours or there just people going their own
Self-guided biking tour.
self-guided?
Okay. All right, so you.
No, we cannot look that up. We cannot look at the IP address based on things.
Most of these churches are right along the highway. Right?
Well, some are Bell churches, 12 miles, 30 miles off the highway, there's 7 of them broken into 8, they weren't in the church, they were in the garage in the hall, so that, not counting that one, there's 7 now. The other ones, no, St. Michael is 2 miles off of Stoneaxe Highway, know what's it called there,
29.
29. The St. Michael got hit, there's the Polish church at Pennell. And they stole everything, candelabras, they even took a little tub of these to Chris and Mamie's for downstairs.
So this letter asks that we discontinue advertising. Does that mean discontinue radio advertising, or does that mean take them off the city church?
So we want to be off the church tour for now.
We're looking at options to edit
Well, this will edit the material.
is the options are to edit the material or to just fire out just radios or.
Yeah.
Take the whole thing off for now and then put it in a file and then when things settle down, then maybe we can put it back on in a year or two, but. For now, it's to have 7 churches hit in the last 4 months, it's unreal.
So please express a motion that your partners on council can vote on. Here.
These are all Orthodox men.
Yeah.
So I guess the question here is, do we want to remove just the 12 or do we want to remove church tours completely? See.
Put it in a file, so when things settle down in a couple of years, they can put it back on, but. It's all they desire, but. Yeah. Sure.
So that's posted on our website, right?
Sorry?
Yep. That tour is posted on our website, so we just remove it.
It's an option.
And advertising of every roles. Got that open up.
There were 440 hits in the past 9 days, meaning people looking at the church tour page. In the past year, it was 1,000. So it appears to be good content.
It seems to be which.
Important content and something that people are looking.
Did how many in the last one?
440 in the past 9 days. So 1,058 in the past year.
Really increasing citizens from getting.
Yeah. Make a motion that, I don't know how to word it, so we can cancel it for now and put it on a file and then vote on it, see what happens. Yeah, cancel the website and advertising of the church tours, Lamont County church tours.
Vote our executive secretary, she will. Direct. One.
This one to do the post conference. Does council object that if somebody walks up to the front and asks for information on church tour, that it be provided, handed on paper?
To come in and get it, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get it off the website, get it off the advertising in the radio station.
Well, you can have your,
you still have any of those old brochures taken out?
some. Yeah, so it's different when you're handing it to someone.
Yeah, it's face to face, yeah.
Does that meet your need, Council Waters? I guess I'll.
Shall I make it bigger?
Lamont County Council Direct Administration to suspend displaying the church tours on Lamont County's website and discontinue advertising on the radio station.
So we have some existing ads for Ukrainian Day that are already in production, but the radio ads for the summer are through, so we may need to do quick editing.
Do we want to put a timeline on this?
So let it, keep it settled down. You can bring it back.
I guess my only concern was the 1,000 and some odd people that visited last year can't all be criminals.
Well, 417 hits the last 9 days.
3 months. 90 days.
Well, 9.
440 in the last 9 days.
All right, well, Counselor White's motion is on the table. Any further discussion, questions, concerns? Not those in favor? Yeah. Think about polls, but it's carried.
Mr. Reed lunches here.
Okay.
What's the other?
All right, we will recess for lunch at 12:10 and reconvene at 12:45. We will reconvene the August 12th, 2025 meeting at 12:50 p.m. We'll move on to item 12.12.
7:14 we missed.
No,
14, sorry, I'm sure we're at 12 quickly.
yeah.
So, 7:13 equipment. Counselor White?
Oh, yeah, I'll go one number out. Yeah, I'm getting lots of calls and we got pickups. We got our gray gravel truck, the new Peterbilt. The ratepayers want signs on the door when these guys are driving around the neighborhood and stuff. They got them on the back window and some of them roll the window down and they're driving around, so when we go to RMA and stuff, all the county pickups, so get 18-inch decals and put them on the driver and passenger door of the vehicle, at least when they're driving around the countryside. They can see that's a vehicle that ratepayer has purchased, or they know who it is driving around. That Peterbilt's got it on the headache rack. Most of the time you look at the door, so I'm getting calls. The weed inspectors, Terry went and put decals on the door of the weed inspector truck, so we got a few calls on that one. So maybe we can get some 18-inch decals or something and put on the doors.
We also heard from some residents and we're evaluating options. One of the reasons why the decals are put on the back door window, and they generally are put higher than when you roll down the window, it doesn't go all the way down, and generally placed at a position where they're still visible. We from what I understand, we have not been putting decals on painted surfaces of the vehicles because of fading, and the point when and if we do dispose of the vehicles, we get more for them. Are there other factors?
You were already, we had issues with a couple of units went for disposal and the doors were painted from the old large stickers. We were putting them on the rear window. So that's not a hazard for the driver when they're shoulder checking. There is some room on the back windows to put them behind the headrests, but putting them right in the middle obstructs the rear view mirror. We've tried to put as large a sticker on the window as we can without being an impact to the driver.
They're asking to have on the doors, because when you look at a vehicle going by, the first place you look is on the driver's or passenger door, and like on the gravel truck stuff, we keep the vehicles until they're miled out, so sell them with the decal on there, or I don't think that little bit of paint is gonna make a difference when we got 300,000 kilometers on a truck and we're selling it at auction or whatever. Then get the people know we got one doesn't have no unit numbers, or one pickup got a sticker in the back window, no unit numbers are not on it. It came to Webb's for some parts, and so where's the unit number and stuff? So, well, we didn't have time to put it on. It roll the window down, hide the sign, drive around. So anyways, I've been getting lots of calls. Vehicles driving around on the weed inspectors of a white Ford, and they says we don't have any white Fords, and then found out it was the weed inspector truck. So Terry put decals on the door. They couldn't put magnetic ones on there because it's a Ford that's made out of aluminum. You go to RMA, all the county trucks have on the door, whatever county they're from, deckled on there.
Some
And
of
it's done.
the whole truck is all different. There are many alternatives.
I think that weed inspector's truck was a rental unit.
Yeah.
I'd have to confirm with Terry, but I think there's a truck we rented for a month. I don't know, what's the concern about being able to identify the truck?
You see your truck driving, you're living out in the country and a pickup's driving around back and forth. If you don't see County Lamont on the door, what's the first thing you think of? Your yard's getting checked out to get robbed.
President, you're not gonna know who it is either.
Yeah.
An 18-inch decal, that's a pretty big decal, like.
18 inches the size of your computer screen on here. That's what we had on all the doors of all the vehicles before, and now they're putting on the back window.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what the issue is here, why the units have to be identified to the ratepayers.
Big trucks too.
Yeah, the big truck, they put it on the internet, put it on the door, like we did all the other ones. First place people look is on the door, what it is. We're out in the country when there's a vehicle, we got group chat, and if they see a vehicle driving around, that white Ford popped up on our group chat. First sign was up at Delft. And then the one lady went and confronted, and it was weed inspector. So then when I got the second call, and then I happened to see him at the neighbors by our place, and you couldn't see where the truck was from. So I phoned Terry and said, put decals on. He says, it's not a big nick, so they throw it on the door, and then the people know that Peterbilt gravel truck, we're gonna have it till its last days. And same with the pickups, we keep them. The ratepayers paid for them, they want them identified, put a decal on the door.
With council thoughts.
They're all the way they are. I don't have no problem, I don't get any calls about it.
I'll make a motion. If you guys vote it down, you vote it down. Put decals on the door of county vehicles and trucks. So that people can identify when they're driving around the countryside.
They have decals on windows. Yes.
A lot of them, they can roll it down and then they're driving around with no decal.
Are you?
Yeah, I don't like it.
Everything's got air conditioning now.
But then one, they wouldn't put unit numbers on it and stuff, and he rolls the window down, he's driving around, you don't even know he's for the county. I asked him where his unit numbers are, and he said they didn't have time to put them on.
We
have some that I think are that big, and then we ordered the new ones to be that big. Does that suit your request, Council?
Where's the unit numbers?
They usually have on the front fender. Front fender, yeah.
Can you read that?
Yeah, the Lamont County Council Direct Administration to place Mont. Well, there's only one truck without a unit number. And that guy driving it doesn't want it on there. Lamont County Council Direct Administration to place Lamont County logo decals on vehicle doors to improve visibility.
Okay. Any questions or concerns regarding the motion?
See none. All votes.
Yep, in favor.
Those in favor? Opposed? Defeated.
Okay, roll like auto equipment, there's beside the signs. We we sold that truck and took the crane off, and it was supposed to go on a new one. We got a deck with space between the cab. What happened to the crane? How come it's not on there?
So the crane was taken to a shop. It started from modified to be put on, and the cost to repair exceeded the cost of the crane itself. So for the limited usage, we've decided to set the crane aside, and we're going to be reusing the space to put a water tank instead of having it on the deck, having a rectangular tank behind the cab to free up deck space.
Start this out.
Those new two tons that we bought. They were supposed to move it for that Kodiak that we sold with picker they use once in a while when there's garbage in the ditch and taking stuff to the Greater Blaze to the shop. And we got a $15,000 Tommy gate that goes on the back of the 3/4 ton or a 1 ton pickup. What happened to that? It was supposed to be installed on a unit. What happened to that?
I believe ASP took it off their truck. Last fall. Leave it sitting.
Just so I think we can get to response to your carry.
I thought Public Works was putting it on a pickup.
We looked at using it, but we didn't have a need for it.
Jeez.
Yep.
Tax assessor, 714.
What's the chances of getting the tax assessor in here? Got some questions for him on the way they did it. We were doing county and every 4 years your area gets assessed unless they have building permits and stuff. This year, the property value of everybody's houses went up right across the whole county. So I was wondering how that works, and we got one guy paying over $1,100 a month for 80 acres and a house with a small shop. Cause it's his land is recreational agriculture. And then a neighbor's house went up, or north of 45 on 831. One neighbor did siding and insulation and his roof on his house. And the assessor did all the houses in the neighborhood. The neighbors went up $500, which they haven't. Their house is in nice shape, but they haven't done anything. And he said, well, your neighbor doing outside of his house brought the property value, everybody's house values up in the neighborhood. And so their taxes went $500. So I'm getting calls from people around Mundare, Hilliard, some from by Andrew asking why the house values went up. And what I want to know is I want to see if we can get him in here. I got a few questions for him. And how much extra did we get in taxes by just the value of the houses going up across the whole county here?
Well, the amount that it went up, that report was brought back in the spring with budget. The parcels without improved dwellings on them went up about 12%. I can remember that one off the top of my head. I can bring the rest of the report back for council. It was an agenda item. But the assessor is required to follow the act, the matters related to assessment and taxation regulation, and follows the MGA. They're audited annually by the provincial government to make sure that they stay within the allotted values. One of the recommendations I would say is if you do have somebody who has a concern about their property assessment, is for them to call the office. If they call the office, then there's a number of things they can do. The assessor can look at their individual place and provide them that information as why. They can also have the opportunity to appeal their taxes. And in fact, we do have a couple of appeals that are happening this year. And most good municipalities should have 1 or 2 appeals every year. That means the assessor is accurately doing their job. And when when a person doesn't prove their dwelling, they are, then it will go up. The market value, if somebody else improves their dwelling, they may improve the market value of the neighborhood as a whole. And so absolutely, the assessor, with the fact that is audited by the province, is doing the assessment along with with what the regulations state. We can also get that report brought forward as well. I believe that one was already brought forward to council as an information item. But yeah, you're correct. They do, they physically inspect each parcel once every 4 years, and then they use mass appraisal for the remaining ones. But those options of them talking to the assessor and going through the appeal process is how individual areas get corrected if there's mistakes. And I think I've received about 4 calls only this year. Normally, that's significantly higher. And we walk through that process. There's a couple where the assessors did make some adjustments, and others where they've stood by it and like I said, are going to appeal. And the appeal process is, we also assist the residents as they're going through that appeal process. So they, we help them know what information they need, and the regulations provide for that the assessor must provide information as to why they've assessed it that way. So we can have them come forward, be fairly similar information as to what that is this moment.
If I could just add to that, Rodney, I think back in April when we set the tax rate bylaw, you indicated that there is an across the board inflationary increase of 8%. I believe it was 8%. They could be off 1 or 1%, one way or the other here. But whether your property was assessed or not, you were gonna get dinged with that 8% increase in your assessment just because of the inflationary factors that were out there.
Exactly. Some of them that's an average of 8%. They do it based on neighborhoods. So some of those might have been a little bit lower, some of them might have been a little bit higher, depending on the surrounding area. And is it a more popular area for people to purchase or not?
Yeah, it sounds as though maybe the residents should be the ones talking to the assessor for him to come and talk to council. How do we get that message back to the resident, I guess?
Yes.
They do have access directly to the assessor, right?
They do. Every individual person has access to the assessor. We email them, we talk to them. We had an open house here where we advertised that people would come, and nobody came. So usually that means that people are fairly satisfied with their assessment. We put on the tax notices that the assessor would be here to talk to. So that is the process. And one of the things that council cannot do as governors is dictate what the assessor does. The assessor is based on provincial regulation, not municipal regulation. The thing that council can do is adjust the tax rate. And council did do that originally in budget. It was set for a 4% increase. Council chose to reduce that to a 3% increase. So in the spring, council saw that adjustment happen. So.
And a lot of the thing too is, so I have one, and I think you might be dealing with it as an appeal. Their taxes 5 years ago when they built their place, and it's a fairly elaborate place. They were at, I think it was just over 6,200. They're at they're just over 13,000 now in 5 years.
Yes.
And so they're going through it. But what he came to my place and had a meeting with me, they didn't realize too the amount of provincial inflation that has gone up. And that's the biggest part that is not really advertised. And the assessor's phone number is right on our tax bills.
Yes. And yeah, there was an 11% increase to just the school portion.
Yeah.
And I'm familiar with the resident that you're talking with. And yes, they have a fairly elaborate, place, and that allows for that.
Yeah. And the other thing I feel bad for them though is so you build a nice big place and then you're taxed on it as if you shouldn't have that kind of a place. Like
Yes.
You're penalized for having a very well kept place and a nice place.
Yes.
I think it's bad, right? Like you said, why don't we have farmland? Why isn't our farmland brought up a lot more? Like my little Honda Civic doesn't do as much damage as all the tractors do, but their farmland rate is only minimal compared to what our residential and recreational is.
Yeah, so, yeah, and the farmland assessment has been a regulated assessment that has not changed in, I believe, 10 to 15 years.
Yeah.
That's as long as I've been in this business, it hasn't changed.
Yeah.
And the only way we can access that is by increasing our farmland rate. Yeah, no, it's there's a fairly big gap between what farmland's worth and what residential's worth.
That goes back to provincial statute to
It's-
1979.
Yeah.
And yes.
So, yeah, so from the assessment side, again, the assessors, whether you're talking about the industrial assessor or the municipal assessor, they have provincial regulations that they have to follow. If they don't follow it when they're audited annually, then it'll get adjusted there. They also went through a detailed audit 2 years ago. And a couple of things were changed, and one of them was the use of attached garages isn't considered farm use, it's considered residential or market use, so that, increased some assessment. Well, but like I said, council chose to lower the rate this last year to offset that increase in assessment to basically balance that for the residents.
What's our assessor's name, Kyle?
Chris Meadows.
Chris. So when they called, Justin did a whole bunch, he did the roof and the windows and the siding and insulation on his house, and Terry's up the road a mile. And he said because Justin did his house, and Terry's house it's a beautiful place, they won a farm beautification award not that long ago with the county. And he went up $500 because his neighbor Justin remodeled his house according to Chris.
Well, and again, a large part of those increases was the school tax, the provincial school tax, which the county gets no benefit.
So it was 500, this is one of $500, not counting school tax and stuff, not in general 500.
And did you recommend to him to appeal his tax?
Well, he phoned Chris, and Chris told him because the neighbor Justin did his house a mile and a half away, brought the value of all the properties in the farm land around up, because one guy did his house, everybody's value went up.
And that still is an appealable item, like that's up to the appeal board, not up to us, so. Again, the recommendation should be when you get those kind of calls is to contact the administration so we can help them through the process. So.
Would it used to be a sale of a property to affect value that directly?
Not necessarily, it's, there's. In the MRAT, the matters related to assessment taxation, there's a number of rules of how that is, so. But a lot of times, when there is no sale, that's easily available, and so.
This would work the other way too. Neighbors who.
You got their own property.
So.
Yeah, in a way, it actually does. If you have neighbors with derelict properties, it brings your neighborhood down, and you can. When you appeal, you're not restricted to only appealing your own, you can appeal others. So
You call them and say, listen, I want you to reassess this property.
You
I want it down.
you absolutely can, you can. You can appeal any property, so. And in fact, because the county has natural persons powers, the county can appeal the property if they chose to as well.
Is that a new regulation though, that you're assessed by area, not by what you have?
No, that's been around for a number of years.
I thought it was on sales.
But when there's no sales in the area, they have to generate. They have to develop something that is considered a market value, so. And there's rules around that as to how they do that as well, so. But, if there is a sale, that's a definitive, that's the market value. If there is no sales in the surrounding area, they use the provincial averages. to find something that would be similar in another municipality and compare it to adjust it.
So.
Does that help you?
I just can't believe people are paying $13,000 and $11,000 taxes on. I just can't believe it.
That's up to them to appeal their taxes, I mean. It's kind of one of the things that's out of our ballpark is assessment.
And we do have one of the lowest tax rates for our neighboring municipalities, so. It's, you know, of the 6 surrounding municipalities. You know, we're the second lowest.
One that's getting them is that recreational farmland. They built the house on 80 acres and now they switched to recreational farmland and their taxes went up from $5,700 to $11,200. Holy mackerel. My buddy's daughter's building a brand new house, said figure out what the tax is gonna be before you build it on 203. And nobody can give them an answer, they're building it anyway, but so I wouldn't be putting a nail in that thing until you know what you're gonna be paying for taxes.
Again, if they have questions about what it's going to be, the assessors are there to talk to them, so those, if they contacted the assessor and they don't have an answer. Then again, let them contact myself in administration or Mr. Karnowski, and we can get the assessor to provide them an answer. That's what they're there for.
What do you want, you know, accept this information?
I guess. It's the same company. Chris does this, there you go.
No, you tell me.
Yeah, he said you retired.
He's sending it.
Yeah.
Several.
Who, Chris?
Sean.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Sean was very lenient, very lenient, is right. And this is a young assessor. Okay, and when I talked to him, he said that what you call it, the government is really stepping up on something.
Yes.
Okay.
Remember, his assessment is evaluated and it needs to land between 95% and 105%. Yes, and if it doesn't, there's a problem.
Yes, yeah,
And he is an accredited assessor.
So you're talking, was the other one, Chris?
Yeah.
Or the assessor that actually came out?
no, Chris, because this new one, because he did mine this year.
Well, Chris is young, the guy that was out at my place is way younger, so.
I forget Kyle was out before, wasn't it? I thought there was a guy named Kyle kicking around.
That's what you keep.
You're on, motion to accept his information? Neil? Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. Okay, now I need a motion that council move the meeting to committee of the whole.
I move that the Lamont County Council move the August 12th, 2025 regular council meeting into committee of the whole meeting at 1:19 PM.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. We'll move on to item 8.1, transportation and economic corridors, capital priorities for 2025.
Mr. Reed, we have a briefing note on page 120. We quickly put together. We received on August 5th the request from our MOA for information regarding projects that are a high priority for Lamont County, putting together a list of our constituents. On page 122, you see the actual email. On page 123, you see the kinds of priorities that she's looking for. On page 124, on 125, you see a description of the programs that are involved in those three priority areas. On page 128, you see what we provided in 2024 for priorities. just to remind you, since this is a package because we were pulling together an updated view. So please turn to what Ms. Benoit has handed out. The first page is what's proposed for 2026. And just so you know how it's changed, or sorry, what's proposed for this next year, just so you know how it's changed, attached to it is a page with yellow highlights that shows what's different. So what we've done is we've added number one under provincial projects, expedite the detailed design on acquisition, construction of the interchange at 855 and 916 province reasons. We also added under provincial projects number 4, realize and address road contours of Highway 855 at the correction line at Township 5. Yeah. Under the strategic transportation and infrastructure projects, all of the same bridge files that we had proposed for this year that were not approved remain. In number 2, we added specific reference to left turn lanes on Highway 15. And we removed the third one there, bulleted this crossed out, the Range Road 184 Highway 29 to the hamlet of St. Michael, because that's being chipped so by the Lamont County this year. And under Alberta municipal water and wastewater programs, it has remained substantially the same. All we did was added the word DIS, so a return line carry water back to the river from designated industrial zone industrial customers. So unless there are other priorities that you would like to debate, deliberate, propose that we submit this to our MLA as Lamont County's priorities by the deadline, which is August 15th. So once again, the full senior team looked at this based on what they've heard from you in terms of priorities and what they're aware of. We made this update. So just to editorialize further, that third priority, water and wastewater, we reinforced additional costs for the water intake, the return line. We spoke to potential improvements to the decrepit water station at St. Michael. And replacement of non-existent and corroded water valves and curb cocks in the hamlet of St. Michael. As well as the additional pump at the Hilliard station, support of safeguarding flows of water to the village boundary.
Does anybody have any idea what's involved in getting the province to declare a road a secondary highway?
I haven't been involved with that. Request of the minister, consider.
Road I'm thinking of is 184 from 29 to 15, or for that matter, all the way to 45, eh? There's nothing in the center of the county. You got 855 in the east and you got 831 in the west. You don't have that center hookup.
Yeah. I know we talked about when Mr. Stelmach was premier, right? And after that, it just kind of faded away.
So Mr. Reeve, what I would ask is that priority higher than these 4 that are identified under provincial projects?
No.
Because when we add more and more priorities, yeah, everything becomes a priority, nothing becomes a priority. Yeah. Okay.
I'll withdraw my question.
Oh, it's just a question, that's all.
You're allowed to ask the question, you're allowed to add it, I guess I'm just asking.
No.
Does it rate relative to the others?
Well, as far as level of report, it's definitely not. Council got anything else to add? No. Sure. Good. Send the list to Jackie. Yeah, I'll make a motion that Lamont County Committee of the Whole direct administration to respond to MLA Jackie Armstrong Homniuk with Mont County's transportation and economic corridors top priorities for the 2026 Alberta capital budget as per council's direction. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. Item 8.2. 2025 gravel program updates.
Mr. Reed, that has become our practice at near the end of the graveling program every year, we bring you an update. We look to the council for any indication of some late breaking roads that might require some graveling. And once that's complete, we expect to bring forward a fulsome report on the gravel program. That's one of those.
So as council's previously discussed, for 2025, the gravel program will have 2 phases. We utilize both internal and contracted trucks, starting in January, through to March to stockpile gravel, throughout the county. Then starting in May, we used our internal forces, and started graveling the roads that council approved back in April. As of right now, we have gravelled 222 miles. We approved 226. We have 4 miles left to do a range of 164. That will be completed once the shoulder pull is completed. That there is approximately 10,000 tons of gravel left in the source pit that will be hauled by our internal forces to our various stockpile sites this fall. So the gravel program was just completed at the time of writing. The financial summary is not available. We will be bringing forward a full report to the August 26th council meeting. So with all that said, we have 10 miles that have not been planned for. When we presented the report in April, there's 10 miles left to be identified. If there's any roads that council wishes to be added to the gravel program this year, we've asked the council to bring forward, provide us that list. And with the report provided on August 26th, we can add those to the program.
When we're doing patching in the county, do you keep track of how much material goes in each division?
So we, in our tracking system, we identify whether it goes to drainage, whether it goes to the gravel program, whether it goes to patching. We can go through our reports and provide a patch graveling by division. We would take some administrative time because it's put in just by road number, not by division.
Did we try traveling any roads at a little less than what we regularly spread? Some of those roads have so much gravel, I don't know how a grader can cut a washboard on.
So back in 2023, council moved to a 5-year rotation to a 6-year rotation. And then in 2024, we reduced our spread, which effectively brought us back up to a 5-year rotation. So we are graveling at a lesser spread rate than we were in years past. Also, when we go to gravel our narrower roads, we do less per mile because we're looking at if you're putting on 220 tons per mile on a 9-meter road, if you put the same amount of tonnage on that, a 6-meter line, you're going from here to here. So we do spread less on narrow roads. We do go a little bit more on the wider roads like 580, major 184. So our average is about the 220 ton per mile spread. Previously it was about 240, 250 tons.
You know, there might be the conference too, then. Are we gonna do the personal gravel purchase again? I've been asked that a couple of times.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
They used to do it before where you'd come in and you could buy off the county. You could buy, I think you're allowed 10 tons though you're allowed, but it was so that your gravel matched the same as what the county was using on your own personal driveways.
Yeah, no, they can go see the contractor and get it.
Yes, I was just wondering if anybody had ever.
We cut it out because of which we had a shortage of gravel. We had to be purchasing gravel.
That is
We
a
had-
historical, yeah, that is a historical practice, by many municipalities. There are a handful I know that still do provide that service, but it's very few.
Yeah.
And it's highly regulated, I know one in particular, they have one pit, there are 8 locations and you have to plan within a certain week to go and.
Well, and what we had also was a rate pay, to get gravel.
Yeah.
So what we had, farmers were going to their neighbors that didn't need gravel or didn't want to buy gravel. And did get them to sign for them to get that they're gonna take the gravel pay. So that didn't work out. Right?
We had one group, all bunch of Port Saskatchewan, they went around to their neighbors and then they loaded they gravel the yard on in Sturgeon County in their industrial park, Port Saskatchewan.
Nice.
Yeah, they got a good deal on gravel.
Yeah. Yeah, typically that program was provided, below ratepayers access to gravel were really good.
Yeah, just gravel.
We struggled with it. Lamont County, I don't believe has that problem. There are multiple producers in and around the county that can provide gravel.
Then there were all the grain boxes and stuff and it's right when they got killed on the roads. Yeah.
Well, just out of curiosity, Darby, how much time do you think would be involved? Because I think I sent you and Peter an email regarding the amount of, similar to Councillor White's question, the amount of patch gravel that's going to each division. How much time would it take to calculate?
Couple hours for sure, maybe a few more. We can work with our mixed staff, our GIS tech may be able to run a script to speed things up. It's all Excel based, so we need to be able to have the computer recalculate it based on the division.
The concern I'm getting is there's more patch and gravel going to one division than any of the other 4. So maybe that's something we should do.
Okay, well, we can definitely.
Now, here again though, each operator, if he wants patch and gravel, the operator requests.
Yeah. Our operators are the eyes on our road primarily. If they have areas that are deficient and it's not on the list for this year, all they have to do is ask. There's been very few locations where we've told them no. Typically, that's why we have to do the short areas in between.
Yeah, the only area that I think maybe need more gravel in my division is some 580 from 855 that portion you shoulder pulled last year. I'm not sure why, it's the gravel that we put there just disappeared.
Right, 40 does the same thing, and why I have no idea.
Yeah,
It just,
If it's because we brought the surface up and it wasn't quite packed or. Anyway,
Um,
How
we
wide is five, because you're 580.
brought it back to 9 meters.
With new construction, typically you'll want to gravel it every year for 3 years. If- It's one of those things that the base can absorb that gravel with, repeated traffic, especially when it gets wet.
We might be there on Thursday, so we can take a look. If we're
I
like
can say-
171.
We will be there.
Yes, okay. Any other questions? And we look forward to the report, which tells us what our costs were to see how much money we saved or didn't save. Any other questions? If not, motion to accept this information?
I move that the Lamont County Council accept the report on the gravel program update as information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. And we'll move on to item 8.3, Township Road 560 drainage improvements.
So this council will be back on March 11th. We've been working with S Design as a consultant to assess the south ditch of Country Road 560 west of Range Road 200, the old Long Creek. By any improvements to increase the rate at which the water will flow. SC Design has completed the grading design and consultation of our environmental approvals. Based on preliminary feedback from Alberta Environment, as long as the work does not impact the existing Hopewell riprap, environmental approvals will not be required. At this time, we are waiting official confirmation that the work will not require those approvals. Once we've received it, we will be able to proceed with the work this fall. We've been consulted with affected neighboring landowners who will be impacted by the work. More specifically, in the downstream landowner with public stream approach will be lowered. The landowner objections to the approach being moved to the east, as the moving approach would have a negative impact on the area of the front line and access to the yard site, but they have no objections to the existing approach. So, because the drawings are really small, we've provided the larger maps. So as you can see on the fourth page, the work is slated to start on the west side of Range Road 200, tying into the existing culverts. And then proceed west to Lamont Creek. There is only one approach that needs to be have the culverts lowered. We're not impacting any other access.
So on the layman's terms, Darby, what exactly are we doing?
In layman's terms, we would be stripping the topsoil, re-ditching, lowering the ditch as we continue to the west, removing the existing approach, rebuilding that approach, and then putting the topsoil on.
Where's that approach located at?
That approach is located on the west side of the project, just east of.
Right at the creek, maybe 150 feet from the creek.
So if you look on the fifth page, it's shown in the pink area. So the blue is all is the ditch, and the pink is the approaches. And what we would be doing is tying into the outfall that was previously constructed, but not redoing any of that. So we would not need any environmental improvements.
So how much are we going down the ditch?
So our elevation drop. The existing ditch We're going. Just right around the half meter. On the west end,
Half a meter?
half a meter. We're tying into the ditch on the east side. That will be lowering it roughly maybe 100 millimeters, 4 inches, so the tying into the bottom of the inlet of the culvert in the 200. Right now, that culvert is set into the ground slightly.
Is this gonna fix the issue now?
Well, they should, because that's where the bottleneck is, so hopefully. The culverts at the creek are higher than culverts at Range Road 200 right now.
But where is that? The creek is a 200?
No, between 200 and 201, just before the railway tracks on 560.
Oh, yeah, on this side, but where does the creek do?
That's how it comes down under this road. This is the rail line. 560.
Much higher?
No, that's okay.
What's that? Oh, yeah, okay. That's what they started.
This is 200. So this is Fisher's, that's right.
Okay, so they're gonna go backwards again?
Yeah, well, this is the water road, comes this way, goes here, down to the creek, over to the creek, to go.
But this is the problem, so is that goes here.
Here's your.
When they did west ditch of 195, they could have went a little bit deeper. They were 11, gas lines 11 feet deep. They could have went deeper there and blocked some of the water.
When they took a culvert out of the middle of there too, they used to come across culvert and they took it out and they built 560.
But now they put the culvert back. But they moved more down on 75 feet and just blocked off, so the water didn't go there going that culvert.
Yeah.
But they could have went deeper there and it would have taken probably a quarter of the water away. But they didn't go deep enough.
So this water is gonna flow west.
Yes.
Well, it does.
And then north.
It does go west and it hits the creek and then goes north into Beaver Creek. About a mile and it's in Beaver Creek.
And there's a culvert under the tracks.
The culvert under the track is used for Lamont Creek. Under the tracks under the road, 560.
Well, what are the costs?
So. The cost for construction. Don't have that off the top of my head, I know we included, money within the budget utilizing the, what's that word? Running, the measure. And this will be done either by our internal forces or with our contractor, we haven't decided yet. Our contractor has been delayed because of weather on the previous droughts, so they're anticipating to start here. By next week, they're hoping to start later this week potentially. And we have only allocated approximately 60% of the work for them this year. So money and time for them, it's just if they do it or we do it, it's 6 to 1. So this project would not be funded from tax levy. Would not be funded through tax levy.
It's coming out of this, hopefully out of the surface eventually.
Yes.
But eventually we're paying for it.
When on this road right off the bat shouldn't have been approved, it shouldn't have been signed off. The drainage didn't work right off the bat.
And this is by state as well.
Yeah, this will get keep it from flooding.
It goes west past their property.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. It starts collecting in her, just east of her driveway and then takes a lot of water on.
I always thought it was. The east of her place.
Yeah.
To the corner and then
Well, so when they did,
Yeah,
when they did the corner on the west side of 195, they dug a ditch. And then they put a new culvert at McCarthy's driveway. Lamco Gas was there and their gas line's 11 feet down, but they didn't wanna dig deeper. They went another foot lower. Quartered this water would have went north the way their second design, but again, they didn't put it. And so the culvert's high, so it's funny, the water won't go uphill. I don't know why. So when they did the repair, they didn't do the repair right. And when they built the road, they should have had it deeper to the creek, they didn't. Put it off the bat, so.
I can't believe that these guys are behind. With the kind of year we had, dry as hell.
They, the contractor, they're working on other contracts. They were just to be here 2 weeks ago. The rains over the last few weeks has pushed.
Yeah, but it's a take, we just had to.
Ideal conditions.
Yeah. Until 2 weeks ago.
So are we encroaching on any private land with the project company?
No, all the work will be within the road right of way. We may require access agreements just to place the topsoil. We'll work with the adjoining landowners if that's required.
So when we built the road there, did we apply an extra 5 meters or right away?
The road was widened and so the top of the back slope is not a property line. So we need a place to put the small material while we're excavating and place it there. Obviously, that work would have to be done afterwards.
Jake, any other questions?
No, it's, we haven't heard any more about them.
So how would we find out if we can pay for it from the debenture?
I mean, you probably put the auditor. Yeah. Should be very quick.
So then if we get that approval, the project becomes a go?
Yeah. Good.
Yeah, Council Bruce, yes.
Oh, your recommendation for septic information.
You could just circulate it over there. We'll make a decision on RFP within the next couple of meetings.
Okay. Great, no other questions, accept his information?
The motion of the Lamont County Committee of the Whole accept the report on the township 560 drainage improvements as information.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
It's carried 5-0. 31 to 84, 2025 municipal election.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. That has become our practice. We are bringing to almost every council meeting, briefing on another aspect or element of the election. And then we'll talk about eligibility to vote.
We can council, we could be penalty. This is important for everybody who is planning on voting and this election, so all residents of Lamont County and electors of Lamont County. These are the new rules that the province has given us with the local authority selection. So a person is eligible to vote in municipal election if the person is at least 18 years old, is a Canadian citizen, and resides in Alberta, and the person's place of residence is located in the local jurisdiction on election. So, as we all know, Lamont County is divided into 5 divisions, electoral divisions, and residents can vote in the division that they reside in. Only in that polling station in the division. There will be at least one polling station in each division that municipal election is taking place.
How long have they got to rent there? 6 months? Both?
they have the address on the ID. So as long as you have your residence on your driver's license, for example, then you reside there.
On page 40, it said resides in Alberta,
And
and the person's place of residence is located on election day. So you don't have to look at the 6 months.
So if you have
6 months are only for candidates.
Sure. 6 months, yeah. Yeah, toothbrush in your back pocket, you can.
So if you just moved into the county and you have your new address on your driver's license, you are eligible. So if a local authority establishes the voting station and website, which is not the case, so we do not have to worsen this. Some individuals may have more than one place of residence, and here, sometimes we get questions. And if people are unsure, the Local Authority to Election Act provides the following. A person may be a resident of only one place at a time for the purpose of voting under the Act. If a person has more than one residence in Alberta, that person shall, in accordance with the Local Authority Selection Act, designate one place of residence as the person's place of residence for the purpose of voting in municipal election. The residence of a person is the place where the person lives and sleeps, and to which, when the person is absent, the person intends to return. A person does not lose the person's residence by leaving a person's home for a temporary purpose. This is notable for students that are studying somewhere outside of Alberta or in another place in Alberta outside of the county, but have their main address still in the county. They can come back to vote in Lamont County in their division. So that's is said under section 48(1)(I). D1 attends an educational institution within or outside of Alberta, temporary residence accommodation for the purpose of attending an educational institution, and has family members who are resident in Alberta and with whom the student ordinarily resides when not attending an education institution, is deemed to reside with those family members. If a person leaves the area with the intention of making the person's residence elsewhere, the person loses the residence with in the area. The purpose of subsection 1, a person shall designate the person's place of residence in accordance with the following factors in the following order of priority. The address shown on the person's driver's license or motor vehicle operator's license issued by or on behalf of the government of Alberta, or an identification card issued by or on behalf of the government of Alberta. And the address to which the person's income tax corresponds is addressed at the live. And the address to which the person's mail is addressed at the live. Those are the indicators that you can find out if you are eligible both in that division in Lamont County. A person who is a resident of a public school division or of a separate school division under the Education Act is deemed to be a resident of that public school division or that separate school division, as the case may be under the Act. And further proof of elector eligibility. That's what we come into polling station, want to vote. You show your ID as stated above. And with the government ID with photo and your address on. A person attending a voting station must be permitted to vote if the person is named on the permanent electors register. We have talked about this in a previous meeting. And produces one piece of identification issued by the Canadian government whether federal, provincial, or local, or an agency of that government that contains a photograph of this person. Or the person makes a statement that the person is eligible to vote as an elector in the presence of an officer at the voting station. In the prescribed form. If you remember in the 2021 election, everybody had filled out a form before they could vote. And the form was put into the ballot box with the ballot. This time it will be, we have the electors register, we have residents that have voted before on the electors register with their voter ID number. Now, if a person is not on the on the electors register, they have to fill out a form and state that they reside in this division in Lamont County and fill it out. And or additionally can have a person, a neighbor, for example, to vouch for them. The neighbor saying, yes, I know this person is living in this division. And the neighbor fills out the form as well. And then the elector can get a ballot and vote. So it's a little bit complicated. There's new rules and regulations about it. It is important to make it less complicated for everybody that is coming to vote, to please check with voterlink.ab.ca to see if you are already in our register. If you are in a register, the voter link will tell you, yes, this is what we have, this information, this address we have for you. If you're not registered, it will ask you if you want to register.
Voter link, the voter link information is on page 231 of your agenda.
So we would like to ask everybody to check that, or to have somebody check that for you, somebody that you know, and somebody that you trust, to check that information for you. That will save a lot of time when you come to vote, you have to fill out the rest of it. Again, one piece of government ID is important to take to the election, that has a photograph and the person's name and the address of your residence. If you have any other questions before you come and vote, please give me a call or an email. I will be happy to look up your question, or we'll have you to answer you.
Yeah, quick question on page 142. 1.1. You keep referring to the address. Okay, so in my example, my address is box 517 Andrew, Alberta, but I don't vote in Andrew. According to this, it's saying you can vote for your addresses.
Yeah, that's true. It is confusing with the box, but we have in our electors register, we have your box number. If you have voted before, we have it. And we have your legal address. So we compare both. If you don't have you on the register with that information, we will ask you to fill out the form.
And if not, you're, like, when we had the last election, there was a couple of people that my division still had to vote in Mundare. They came to Chimney, were sent to Mundare.
Why is that?
Because their address is actually part of the Mundare division.
But are they living in your area? So they couldn't vote for you in Mundare?
That's what they did, that's what they were sent.
This is why I support people to go on voter link.
Yeah, and last time we did not have the electors register, that we hoped that this time it will be easier to compare addresses.
But even if you have the legal description of where a person lives, the people working at the polling station, they're gonna have to know what areas are within the division.
Yes, we will have maps. We will have maps of the division in every polling station. And then we can also point out where on the map it lives. So
We're at the mercy of the people working the election. In some cases.
We are always very, election workers are always very helpful. Yeah, and they often live in the division that they are helping out with. So, we are, yeah. That's, we are really at the first of the. As a county, we hope that we train them good enough that they have, enough information to help.
But that was the problem in the last election is the returning officers scrambled the people working in different stations. So that they weren't from that particular division.
Sometimes
That-
it's not always possible to match people with the division that they're coming from.
No, I think in this case it's intentional.
Oh,
But. That's the best.
yes.
Okay, any other questions?
So we know how many voters we got in each division? Do you know what the numbers are?
We have a good idea. We are currently updating, or constantly updating the information that we get through the updates that we get from the elections register. But, I can get you that information after the meeting.
All 5 divisions, please. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I think the other thing that's available is, Nick has made maps of each division and he's listed the residences, everybody in that division. It's not foolproof, it's not 100% because I don't show up in my division.
Yeah, you're on the river question.
Get copies of that or that's all.
No, that's not available to candidates, as Christiane indicated. There is a backing and forthing between what Nick does and what the province provides, and as we get closer to the election, we'll refine the numbers.
It is not final yet. That's why we don't want to give anything out that is not correct. We are constantly updating.
Okay, any other questions? If not, I'll make a motion that Lamont County Committee of the Whole accept the report on the 2000. Just try that over again. That Lamont County Committee of the Whole accept a report on the 2025 municipal election, eligibility to vote and rules of residence as information. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. 8.5 policy updates to correct privacy legislation.
Mr. Reed, as we try to do, we give you advance warning of things that are coming. As it relates to the bylaws and policies. In this instance, there are reference in the couple of policies to the Freedom of Information Protection Privacy Act. It needs to be replaced with references to protection policy acts. I'll just. The two policies are, the one dealing with video surveillance. An update for the protection of privacy, video surveillance. Policy and which we provide here redacted, and the other one is the procurement policy, which also references FOIA, which we need to adjust to address access to information. So in pages 146 to 149, and then however it shows the on page 155 to it shows just a very clear red lines where we are removing references to freedom of information. And adjusting it to reflect the access to information and the protection of privacy acts. So encouraging you to just accept this information. If you want to look at it more closely during the 2 weeks, please do. Something that will bring first to the next council.
Any questions or concerns? And truly calling a vote to pay two returns.
Yes, but.
So you can go. You have one.
We have four.
Sure.
He's got a lot of recorded that he's left with me.
All right. Somebody want to put a motion on the table?
I move that the Lamont Committee of the Whole direct administration to bring back amended policies 4203.24, 7000.24 to future council meeting.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yep.
Carried 4-0. Okay, now I need a motion to return to the regular council meeting.
Make a motion that the Lamont County Committee of the Whole return to the August 12th, 2025 regular council meeting at 2:06 p.m.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
It's carried 5-0. And we'll move on to item number 9, directors' reports. 9.1.
Mr. Reed, after a long summer. The real council meeting for 7 weeks, we got department report for agency services. Covering the period of May through July. Go ahead, chief.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, council, just happy to present our Monday update. Like Kowski said, we're gonna incorporate 3 months in this report as we missed the council meeting in July. Regional Training Center has actually been busy over the spring and summer months. We had a municipal renter on June 14th. It was used internally for training nights 4 times. We also were happy to announce we hosted the NFPA 1001 skill set for our staff, and so we used it for 3 days of testing in June. And it was used internally from Lamont County staff outside of fire, public works and health and safety will use the facility classroom a couple of times. Goal 2, fire prevention, fire permanent program. As previously discussed, spring duty crew wrapped up. We had a successful campaign with our burn permits. All 227 burn piles were inspected with no holdover concerns. We've also held on to 8 remaining funded days from spring duty crew. We'll be using 3 days for the September long weekend, which will give us 1 week remaining in the fall, should we require it with a dry fall season. DC Calder's been busy with some fire prevention stuff. He went out and did 4 occupancy inspections in our partner municipalities. Some change of statuses and some buildings coming online that required occupancy permits. Under the emergency management, the municipal emergency plan has been updated by our temporary employee, and the emergency management temp is on track to have all their 2025 updated legality requirements updated before the September deadline, so we'll present those to the province in the fall. As previously discussed, we held a 1001 professional firefighter standard examinations level 1 and 2 for 11 students. That was quite successful and we're happy with the results. Students will be receiving their certification from the province in the fall. As for staffing, we're currently sitting at 79 members. We've had 6 members leave over the last couple of months, and we've also onboarded 3 new members, so we're holding steady with our staffing levels. Under our fire response, 2025 is proven again to have an increase in calls. We're up just about 10% over 2024. At the end of July, we were at 228 calls to date. And in 2024, we we're at 208 calls on the same day. May was the busiest month for us so far. Crews attended 40 events, June 39, and July there was 30 events. As council is well aware, there's several high profile events. An unfortunate house explosion here in the town of Lamont that crews spent a day at with fire suppression and assisting with investigation. And as you're aware, we had 3 MVCs at the intersection of 855 and Highway 16. Unfortunately, 2 of them proved to be fatal. I appreciate council's actions in the discussion this morning on presenting our concerns to the province. As for assets, community assets, our new brush truck 3 went into service just before the July 1st parade in Chipman. The third of our 3 tenders went into service in Station 2. And as previously discussed, our second new engine of the year is in Red Deer. They're just finalizing up some things for us, and we should see it by the end of the fall. It was on track. As per previous council discussion, disposal of assets, we sold 3 apparatus in June. We sold an engine for $41,000, a rescue for $9,600, and a tender for $8,600. So we got some good return on those apparatus. As for goal number 6, committed to genuine relationships, we're still working with our partners in Strathcona County Emergency Service Dispatch, working on implementing our new records management system into their dispatch program. And we have a spring officers meeting where over 75% of our officers attended our spring meetings for updates and awareness. That is my report for the last couple of months. Happy to answer any questions council may have.
Any questions for Chief Moore? I have one. You're indicating our current staffing is 79 people. Are we having any issues staffing any particular stations or?
No, not police stations. Daytime, Monday to Friday responses are still a concern for us in all the districts. That's hasn't changed. And there's a discussion that will again have in budget meetings. But yeah, no one district is showing concerns. We have brought on new members in all 5 districts. We've had some members leave each of the 5 districts. It's been spread out. No individual district concerns with staff.
In your estimation, what would be the ideal number?
It's hard to say. You can have 60 super committed people who are available 24/7 would be ideal, or that 80 mark where people are available after works and weekends, right? Ideally, we would love to find some people who are available Monday to Friday between 8 and 5 somewhere, but those are hard to find. People have careers, right? And that's the biggest concern is Monday to Friday daytime call or daytime call response.
Anything else? Thank you, sir.
We do.
I'll entertain a motion to accept this information.
Make a motion that the Lamont County Council accept the Emergency Services Director's report from May to July 2025 as information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. Okay, move on to item number 10, committee reports. 10.1. Alberta Hub.
Mr. Reed, we included this so that Deputy Reed Warlock could speak.
Yeah, we had, on the 25th of June. With the annual meeting. Mayor Gerald from Minister is chairman again, took chairmanship for another year. And the most important part of the whole meeting was they had to get the guest speaker was spent my money. That was great. Anyhow, yeah, I'll maybe remember that. But
Angus what?
Angus what, thank you. But the most important part was that the government is cutting grant money to the hub, so the hub is now raising the membership fees from 50 cents to $1 per capita for 2026. So that was that one.
This number 6 on page 171.
And that was about it. We have the John S. Pituke. We're with our AUC. With going to the AUC with over the Northeast region, Northeast Water Commission. And the final date, the final set of rebuttals was on August 11th, which was yesterday. So we will probably hear in the next coming days for the next month, probably, to see what comes out of it. And that's it for me.
So I guess there's the fees are increasing by $1 per capita.
Yeah.
But that's not $2 per capita.
Yeah, sorry.
But that's not happening until 2026.
Yeah.
So is that a budget consideration?
Well, council can choose to either approve the additional dollars or can determine whether it's necessary or worthwhile to remain part of the hub.
So what does the hub do for the county of Lamont?
Well. Talking with yeah, well, it's economic development, but how much do they really help us out with economic development? Because we're on the far east end, or the west end of the division. So, but
We're better off give the extra money to the stars and have some good in the county. My opinion.
well, not really. Not really, because I guess Bob is a very good manager, very good CAO or whatever he is there. He brings a lot of information to the different towns and villages in our county. A lot of the grants that come, he's right on top of it. I don't know when he ever sleeps because he sends his emails all hours of the night, so. And I guess for being economic development, it's not much of a dollar being spent of being part of that. Thank you.
No question that a lot of the benefit is derived by urban municipalities because much of what the communities has to do with housing grants and things like that. Is there value? Yes. Is the value worth 4,000 a year or an additional 2,000 a year, depending on how you want to look at it? I kind of like where the read was going. This doesn't have to be decided today, or perhaps we could bring a business case forward where council could decide to either increase the funding or eliminate the funding. Do that.
Where did you set it, $6,000?
Pardon?
We'll be sitting at $6,000.
Boy.
Just going to $2 will be 5,600.
It's like
$1 since increase 10 cents to $1.
So $3,800.
Maybe we could have, Mr. Olson articulate what the major benefits, the value of the benefits is working in a business. Yes.
Yeah, there's, well. I guess a lot of our neighbors are in it, but yeah, it's.
Well, I don't know, neighbors, within our county. Boundaries and every town and village is involved in it. Are members of the hub.
Maybe we should leave this as a budget item and let.
Yeah.
You
I would say that. Sure.
So with that, do you wanna accept this information?
The Lamont County Council. Yep. Lamont County Council accept Deputy Warwas report on the Alberta House AGM board meeting. And the John has been to the Water Commission meeting as information.
You can do the water meeting.
Huh?
This guy.
We just mentioned.
Any questions or concerns? All in favor? Councilor Naka, any committee reports?
Yeah. Meeting with the Long County Housing Foundation. We had a staff appreciation barbecue on 220th of Lamont. We had a board meeting on July 28th. Summary of the occupancy. Beaver Hill Pioneer Lodge in Lamont, 6 vacancies, 51 residents. Self-contained units. Father Kajinowski Villa in Madera, 1 vacancy. Dr. Stilchuk Villa in Madera is full. Heritage Manor in Andrew full. Elk Park and Chipman, 1 vacancy, but someone will be moving in August. Villa 75 in Lamont is full. Heritage Court Lamont is full. Spring Creek Manor Bruderheim has 2 vacancies. The R&N houses in Lamont and Bruderheim are full. Father Villas Manor in Madera, which is the old lodge that's closed. Foundation is still maintaining the building and grounds for a monthly fee. Just a summary of staff. For the foundation, there are 39 staff. 22 are permanent, 4 are temporary, 9 are casual, and 4 are on medical leave. I had a Wellington Seed Plant Board meeting July 3rd. We reviewed the profit and loss comparison for 2024-25. Gross profit for 2025 was $654,193. 2024 $624,754. This was presented in a different format at this meeting. Usually it was bushels cleaned, that was the comparison. But then they felt that wasn't very accurate because we did a lot of seed cleaning earlier in spring where the rates are cheaper per bushel, so that's why it was presented that way. We have got 5 new shareholders of 500 shares each. We reviewed the proposed budget, discussed the plant automation proposals. We had 3 submissions for that. We're leaning to one company, and we'll be doing some further investigation. We will bring forward to the membership at an AGM in late November, early December, where the membership would like to go with this automation project. Board evaluated the manager, and we're looking at recruiting another staff person, as one employee will be leaving on maternity leave. Another employee likely to be on medical leave for some time. We agree with the financial statements. We have 305,000 checking, and GICs maturing at different times of $610,000. So that's it for the seed plant. I did the Beaver Hills Biosphere Region meeting on June 25th at Miquelon Lake. We viewed the proposed budget, and we have the new chief executive officer. I think this is his second meeting. His name is Bob Montgomery. Brian Elnicky is headed towards retirement. He's doing some help with the organization. We did a policy review of changes, and there's nothing major in the policies. It was just basically wordsmithing, like changing the title from Beaver Hills Biosphere Reserve Association to Region, as reserve seems like it could be something with restrictions. And our 10-year review since we got the designation of the biosphere, you have to kind of you have to do a review within 10 years. So we're starting the review a year ahead of time to prepare. That has to be sent to Ottawa, and then eventually it goes. I think it's in Paris where the final review is done. And that's it for the Beaver Hills Biosphere Region. So I'd like to make a motion to accept my Willingdon Seed Plant Board meeting and Lamont County Housing Foundation and Beaver Hills Biosphere Region reports as information.
Okay, any questions for Councillor Anaka? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. Councillor Wick.
I have nothing. My next meeting is not till the 8th of September.
Councillor Wise.
Nope, nothing to report right now.
Okay.
Only activity I attended after the last council meeting was the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association Calgary Stampede reception. Its mileage and hotel rooms were paid for by the Heartland Association. The reception provided the opportunity to meet with industry leaders and government officials. We did have the opportunity, myself, the mayor of Strathcona, Rod Frank, and the mayor of the executive director of the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association, Mark Lamont, had a picture opportunity with the premier, which appeared on Facebook. I also had an opportunity to have a discussion with the opposition leader, Mr. Nenshi. That was an interesting conversation. There was some other politicians there. And there was also people from industry there. Lamont County was represented by people from Alpenblow and Synovus. There is a number of people there from industry from within the heartland. And of course, being the Calgary Stampede, there's also a number of CEOs that come up from the States for the week. The Calgary Stampede isn't just a rodeo anymore. It provides an opportunity for a whole ton of networking for businesses. And I'm not sure how many business meetings happen during Stampede Week, but there are a lot of them. I know our economic development officer, Shane Olson, I think he arrived in Calgary on Sunday and I don't think he came home till Friday, and most of his days were filled attending meetings and meeting with different people. So it's an important event. And I think there's good value in attending events such as this one. Provides the Heartland Association with pretty good mileage. So yeah, that's about what happened there. So I would like to make the motion that Lamont County accept my report on the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association Calgary Stampede reception as information. Before I call for a vote, is there any questions, concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Yeah. It's carried 5-0. Okay, so that concludes committee reports. Maybe let's recess for 7 minutes till 2:40.
Hold on. I Russell, no. But, like,
All right, let's move on to item number 11, or sorry, we'll reconvene the August 12th, 2025 regular council meeting at 2:43. And we'll move on to item number 11, correspondence for action. 11:1, Village of Industry, Peter.
-3. Councilors will notice that I've been broken the correspondence items into two groups, one which is correspondence for action. And one which is correspondence for information. Now, it may be that you decide there is some sort of an undertaking required on a second group. Please feel free to do so, but done this to for expediency. First one's a letter from the Village of Industry. They've clearly found out that we're doing subdivision and development appeal board services for the county of Midburn, and they are asking for the same arrangement with us. I think we can handle our current load, but I would suggest the council decline this. We are approaching our capacity. Unless what we want to do is add a position to the organization and throw the doors open to anybody in the area that wants us to do this service for them, I would suggest that we're not in a position to do this at this time. Also, there's no proximity to in terms of, where the hearings would take place, and et cetera. So my suggestion on the first one will be to decline. The second item is a property tax request for waiver of penalties. In the most general sense, there were no errors made by administration. There was discussion between this gentleman and our assessor. He did not act upon the need to pay for his taxes and the request a refund or request a reassessment. Therefore, the suggestion is that we adhere to policy and not provide another reduction. Mr. Boyko, anything to add on this one?
I think you hit it fairly well. When people have changes with the assessment, we always recommend that they pay their taxes ahead before the deadline so that they don't incur any penalties, because the adjustments may or may not happen, whether it's adjustment from the assessor or appeal or such. So, and we do have a process that we refund the differences fairly quickly afterwards. So that's why we recommend that.
So Mr. Reed, it would be beneficial to address these two items with the resolutions.
The council's opinion on the Village of Industry. So, say County of Midburn had an appeal, you have to get involved,
Yes,
and how much time is involved in your?
that depends very much on the nature of the appeal. Sometimes it is a few pages, sometimes it is packaged like our original package. And as you're aware, we were discussing that at some point, all the affected parties have to be notified, their timelines to notify everybody. The clerk has to organize a board to hear the appeal, and these board members cannot take items. But it takes quite a bit of work.
And we also have to appoint a secretary.
The ISBA clerk is provided from our county for all part municipalities.
So do we charge these other municipalities to cover our costs? Okay, so not out of pocket, it's just the time
Yeah.
invested.
Strong on capacity. I guess the other thing I should acknowledge is that we're concerned about fatigue for our appointed board members. If we suddenly have a whole bunch of people that people aren't gonna want to. And we're trying to work towards getting a bit of a rhythm going with our subdivision and development appeal board. Because at this point, it's quite, you gotta crawl before you can walk, before you can run.
Brief, may I add that we are currently looking for ISC public members or members at large. We only have a very limited number of current members with training that is still current. So we would appreciate if from the public would contact us if they would like to become public members of the ISC.
So some of them haven't been called for a long time either.
They call.
Some of them that we have on the board now have not been called for a long time. They're not rotating. You're calling the same ones.
That's really great. So anyway, that I would suggest that we decline at this.
So do you break the motion in the affirmative, we accept it?
I have.
Do we complete the motion?
Oh, we have.
If it is to vote to decline it, then
Yeah.
I think should break the motion to accept them and.
He's like Chipman, what are they gonna have, one every 5 years?
You don't know.
Yeah, we can never be. Yeah, of course, they're developing.
Does somebody want to put the motion on the board? On the table?
Okay, I move that Lamont County direct administration to respond to Chief Administration Officer of Village of Innisfree. SAG and Check and that Lamont County Council accepts the request to be added to the ASDP partnership agreement.
Thank you, Deputy Reed. Any further questions or concerns? So the motion is to accept the Village of Innisfree as part of our intermunicipal subdivision and development appeal board. Those in favor? Opposed? That motion is defeated.
Thank you, Reeve. Item 12.1, we have a letter from the Minister of Municipal Affairs with regards to, in response to our letter to him regarding the provincial our application for the provincial education requisition tax credit.
Just a minute, later. Can we deal with?
That's a few.
Oh, I'm sorry. So we usually have a resolution in the affirmative that it is a request for that. He granted.
Yeah, sure, so it's up to.
Yeah, hopefully.
What do you?
Sorry, we have a resolution that says that we have all the country and policy. So, session on the students request.
No discussion or?
Well. It. Like they said, always, yeah, anybody that spoke to me about taxes, about something that they wanted to appeal. Talk to the assessor, pay your taxes, and you're gonna get a rebate. Right? Yeah, I always said that to anybody who came to, so. But that was your rebate, so.
Yeah.
So we talked to the situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think we've ever refers to Lake County.
No. No, he forgot about it.
So put the motion on the table.
I'll make a motion that Lamont County Council uphold the penalty of $128.59 for outstanding taxes for Gordon Lucic. As for tax penalty bylaw 84.24 and municipal government act section 344.
Just point it. Or should we be referencing the tax roll number? Instead of the name here?
He sent a letter in,
Yeah.
his name on it. So from a privacy perspective, it's not an issue.
Sorry. Okay, there's no other further questions? All in favor? It's carried 5-0. Okay, now we can move on to item number 12, correspondence for information.
Minister of Municipal Affairs is responding to our application for the provincial education and requisition credit. Meaning where we had to pay for the oil and gas companies that were unable to pay the education. Or the unable to pay the education levy, we were not having those dollars, we can use to us, we received a credit of $93,387. Item 12.2. We have a letter from again to the Minister of Municipal Affairs. This one is in response to our letter regarding council's desire to express concern with how significant the education tax levy increase was. The minister chooses to correct our calculation to show only the increase in education property tax rather than the full amount that we put in for education property tax. Notwithstanding the estimates for municipalities to clarify for residents. It's effective dialogue and transparent governance. Deep collaboration that we're working together with the province to collect the education levy. So he does not respond to concern in a substantial way. Item 12.3 is a letter from the Minister of Municipal Affairs to Mayor Gail Catcher with regards to an initiative that Lamont County participated in. The Heartland Career Forum. This is about fostering career development within the Heartland area. The letter from the minister has been followed by a letter from our area and LA directly acknowledging Lamont County's efforts in putting on this program. And I'll just provide a quiet kudo to our economic developer representative Schultz. Substantial role in putting on that. Item 12.4. We have an email from our transportation with regards to our request that the rail right of way going north and east from St. Michael towards Andrew, that the weeds in that area we dealt with. And on July 2nd, the indication was that within 10 days it would be addressed, and I understand that that is indeed the case. Also, part of our request was that they address the lakes with which highway, the primary and secondary highway district. Addressed through vegetation management, and those have now been done as well. Item 12.5 is a letter from the new deputy commissioner, commanding officer C Division, Trevor DeRue, with regards to introducing himself. He's not a stranger to counselors. We've met with him twice at the RMA conventions. And in some respects, it appears that he's responding quite directly to the council's concerns with regards to staffing and maintaining full capacity at RCP detachments that serve Lamont County. On 12.6, we have another Royal Canadian Mounted Police correspondence. This one's from Scott Landy, who is passing along correspondence from Mike Duhane. He's a commissioner of the RCMP, and his letter was to the Honorable Ed Smith. And in essence, what he's doing is setting the record straight on a few items which he believes either the premier has either misunderstood or misrepresented. Reinforcing that they have a priority on recruitment. Challenging that it is not the RCMP that sets policing priorities, but rather municipalities that set policing priorities within the detachment areas and the province setting priorities more broadly within Alberta. He corrected the assertion that lack of bilingualism is a barrier to promotions for RCMPs. And he reinforces the role that the RCMP play in enterprise and in federal policing challenges. We then have two items, 12.7 and 12.8, and it is then on another one. There appears to be a bi-weekly update on the Alberta Police Review Commission implementation project. To deal with it at a high level, these three status reports. This starts on 187, the second one on 192, third one just address what is being done by this police review commission in the area of policy, regulatory development, engagement, training, and operational planning, and activities that are planned for the next period. Then there are a number of charts that show key milestones and other upcoming activities that I would encourage councilors to read at their leisure. On page 197, we have a very brief letter from Alberta's Industrial Heartland where they can that they have received a mutually executed copy of an agreement that we have with the Heartland Association for funding related to the Disney water line. And I'm pleased to report that we have received the first installment of $832,000. These are the design and construction of water intake. And Mr. Boyko is working for this to receive the second installment as soon as that money is available to the Heartland area. On page 198, we have the letter from. We have a letter from our area MLA that was from Hummidick with regards to the STIP program. We did receive other communication from the province that our STIP grants were not approved. The MLA for the area provides information from the Minister of Transportation and speaks to how highly competitive the bids for bridge reconstruction were, as well as the limited funding available for same. On page 199, we have a newsletter from our area MLA, Jacqueline Armstrong Hominick, that speaks to the regional health councils. give Alberta a voice. And currently there are 2 regional advisory councils that support our area. Regional Advisory Council number 7, see if it references the industrial heartland area. The Regional Advisory Council number 9, which covers the balance of Lamont County. Information there on mandate, meetings, reporting, and there is contact information. There is information there of people who you may choose to contact if you want to participate in that. On page 202, we have updated information on the assessment model review. If you have some insomnia, you'll be here. Speak here. Seriously though, this process has been going on for over a year. So there is technical and policy development level stuff happening. There be changes recommended by the participants in the process, which include provincial representatives. It includes representatives from rural municipalities and RMA. It includes representatives from urban municipalities and urban munis, and it includes representatives from industry. I think the bottom line that our friends at RMA report on this one is that this is a very complex situation, and it's likely one that will not be, a solution will not be achieved through consensus. So rest assured, they continue to advocate for rural municipalities with assessment model review. As you may recall, this is a multi-year process. And it continues. We also now have the on page 213, we have the RMA update that came in, or it's here, doesn't it? For August, there it is. It's really legible on that page. So this one speaks to some extent about the LPRT, the Land and Property Rights Tribunal process. They're trying to improve the process for their decision making. And you can't read my notes. The government of Alberta is taking some steps of passage of some bylaws for policing. Talking about property tax accountability. These are the various things that reoccur quite regularly on our RMA convention and other division meetings. Incidentally, you received from me today an invitation to the next RMA Division 5 meeting, which is in Lac District, I recall, on September 12th. We have a new letter from the Elk Island Public School Board. Just to read that at your leisure. On page 223, we have a letter from the town of Vegreville where they indicate that contrary to earlier correspondence, they have decided not to include a ballot question on their election ballot with regards to regional recreation planning. The council's position on this until now is not to participate given the unlikeliness of a Lamont County users would travel to Vegreville for recreation. At least that's the your position now. You don't need to take a decision at this point in time, so there's no ballot. But they're contemplating. Certainly we have a county. On page 224, 225, 226, and 227 are 3 correspondences and 1 response. with regards to a property in St. Michael. Concerns are expressed that it's unsafe at the site, needs to be addressed. It is the property immediately facing the water source. And I can advise you that enforcement action is underway on this particular item through the third party bylaw officer that we told you about. And last but certainly not least, we have on page 228 the submission of an house baby who expresses concerns about the county gave $50,000 to the charter school of Andrews. Expresses his understanding that Alberta government provides charter schools the same that also needs to provide public schools. Indicates that he doesn't think this is still taxpayer dollars and how reflect what I understood council's position to be. That was to ensure that there's any options for school and to reinforce, I guess, in response to Mr. Spady that this is not funded through taxes, but funded through the gravel levy, which is likely appropriate given the impact that the significant gravel hauling in this area has on the community. So those are what I deemed to be the information items.
That gravel levy pays for what now?
That's what we use it for.
Council took a decision to pay $50,000 for the Andrews School from the gravel levy.
No, it was the bridge and Chipman, I think.
Yeah.
Rodney said that's coming from a different operating reserve or something.
Yeah, that was the operating reserve, that Ridge and Chapman was in the gravel funding, not that's got nothing to do with the levy.
That was the other way around. Mr. Tronsky is correct. The school was gonna be from the aggregate levy reserve and the bridge and chip was from regular reserves.
That's what I.
That's, we were, the bridge was the reserves from the gravel levy. And, the school has nothing to do with the gravel levy.
I originally suggested the aggregate levy, but that was worse. From what I remember.
We will look that up for you. I'm 99%.
It's coming for the gravel levy?
Well, we'll figure it out. We're gonna look it up.
So one general accepted information would be appropriate.
All right, any questions on any of the correspondence? The amount is due to not meeting for 6 weeks.
Yeah.
This Alice Beatty, whose division is that?
No, you.
Yes.
You know, South Lady, what we got a problem with there, that's where the 7,000 is.
Must be in the Park Hills.
Where we really know that, right along with that, like the meeting to.
The Park Hills.
Yeah.
I did get a lot of calls bitching that we gave money. They said we gave enough and now their taxes went up with the school levy and. So I did get a lot of calls, guys bitching about it, so.
They're opening up on August 28th or something, so. Anyway, motion to accept, I'll make the motion that Lamont County Council accept correspondence items 12.1 to 12.19 as information. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried. Item number 13, the events and meetings calendar.
Read that is on page 229. Well, from our regular council meeting today and on the 26th of August, we have Ag Service Board tomorrow. The council's annual road inspection tour on Thursday. We've got budget meetings on the 18th, 19th, and if required, on the 20th.
The 16th, we have paid, the 21st, we have the golf tournament. And on the 27th, we have an MPC meeting. Yeah.
So what dates involved is the NBC
27th,
So
9 o'clock.
Anything else? If there's nothing else, no questions, I'll entertain a motion to accept the council calendar for August 2025.
Make motion of the Lamont County Council accept the council calendar for August 25th as information, or 2025 as information.
That's amendment.
That's a minute.
What time is parade on there?
So the
10
calendar-
o'clock, 9:30. 10 o'clock.
9:30, we have to be there. Yes, parade starts at 10:30. Any other questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Yeah. It's carried 5-0. Okay, what remains of closed item sessions? Should we make a motion to extend beyond 4 o'clock? Just in case. Okay, I will make a motion that the August 12th, 2025 regular council meeting be extended beyond 4 o'clock PM. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Neil, you're good?
Yeah.
Okay. It's carried 5-0. And now we need to move the regular council meeting into closed session.
I'll move this to one county council proof. It was about 2025 regular council, those in session at 3:15 to discuss the following items. Fire building matter, doesn't matter. Chip seal. Human. Overgrader. Community halls and transportation grants application review. Section 19 and 29. Recommended that council use it.
Okay. Questions, concerns? All in favor? It's carried 5-0.
One moment, please. Article 4.
Hey, I would like to welcome everybody back to the August 12th, 2025 regular council meeting. Coming out of closed session. We have 4 resolutions to put forward here. This first resolution is in regard to 14.1 fire billing matter.
I'll make the motion that Lamont County Council direct administration to reduce invoice 1085 to $8,788.69 and waive the finance charges of $2,520.42.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried by 0. Item 14.2, chip seal tender award.
Raider.
With the Lamont County Council Direct Administration to negotiate with West Can seal coating to provide
Seal coating.
seal coating surfaces for the driving lanes on Range Road 184 only. And award the tender to West Can seal coating. Total cost of
Not to exceed.
$213,924.
324.
I can't see what I mean. Else's story. I said I can't see what somebody else is reading when I'm reading what I can.
I can't read it in language.
Well, that's the trouble.
Okay. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Okay. 14.3 procurement of motor graders for 2026.
You increase it just a little.
There's a 1 and then a 2, is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, that looks really good.
Like you have 1 and then you put a 2.
So there goes to number 2.
That Lamont, no, don't go with.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. That Lamont County couple, there we go.
Yeah, there's a little change in it, sorry about that.
Should be 2.
Yeah.
We're
So then you vote for
It's like when you can take something apart.
It was accidentally erased.
No.
Oh, that's what that's.
It's all of us. One, 3, 2, 4, 600. 1, 3, 2, 4, 600.
Oh, and that's that. That's that. Hey, try this again.
That Lamont County Council direct administration to procure two new Cat 150 all-wheel drive motor graders from Finney for a price not exceeding $1,324,600.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried. And 14.4 community halls and transportation grants.
Got that one, yeah? Lamont County Council direct administration to take action regarding the community halls and transportation grant application review as discussed in closed meeting.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried.
They say confession is good for the soul. I was mistaken earlier, indeed. The Chipman Bridge was to be funded from the Grand aggregate levy, and it was the Andrews School was funded from unrestricted reserve, so that there was an error on my part in terms of advice I was providing to council.
Direction noted. All right, with that, we will adjourn at 4:20 PM. Thank you, council, administration. The goal was to adjourn at 4 PM, but I think we did pretty good. It's those additions to the agenda that gives